publish as well. Good evening and welcome to the Economic Development Committee. This is today's Wednesday, March 11, 2026. Members that were assigned to this committee, voting members is Councilor District F, Mark LaPlante, Councilor at Large Selena Reyes, Councilor District E, Estefan Infante, and Councilor District C, Gregory de Rosario. At this time, pursuant to Chapter 20 of the Act of 2022, this meeting will be of the Economic Development Committee is being conducted both in person and via remote participation. A reminder that any person who would like to listen or to view this meeting while in progress, he might either attend to the meeting here at the chambers or any of the following locations. This meeting is being also conducted live through the Lawrence City Council Facebook page, as well as the Lawrence City Council YouTube page. Councilors, please join me for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge of allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Councilors, at this time, I'm going to entertain any potential candidates to chair this committee. There is any nominations?
I nominate Councilor Infante.
Second.
Councilor Infante, do you accept the nomination?
No, I do not accept.
Any other nominations?
I would like to nominate Councilor Mark LaPlante.
Can I hear a
Second.
Properly second. Councilor Plant, do you mind chairing this committee?
I'd rather not.
Does that mean yes or no?
I'd rather not. If the committee decides to,
As I mentioned, I'd rather not be the chair. If the committee decides that they want me to be the chair, I will then be the chair. This committee, as ad hoc committee, to me, it's not a priority issue for me of other things that are important. I'm not saying that the issues here are not important, but I'm saying it's the committee to me. Other things are more important to me to deal with. So I'm not sure when I'm going to be able to schedule the meetings. So this is not high on my priority list. So if the committee is comfortable with that as I go into it, I can serve, but I don't expect that there's going to be many meetings, if any, coming up this year.
Any other nominations? Well, then nobody's decided, if there is any other nominations and then nobody's decided to chair the committee.
I nominate Councilor Del Rosario.
There is a nomination for Councilor Rosario. Can I hear a second?
Second.
Properly second. Councilor Rosario, do you accept?
No, I decline.
All right, everybody have declined. We have one more candidate.
I nominate Councilor Reyes.
Second.
There is a Councilor Reyes has been nominated. Properly second. Do you accept, Councilor Reyes?
I decline in that moment.
All right, there is no nomination for chair.
I think, Council President, if I may.
Councilor Infante.
Last term, I believe the City Council got very comfortable with me accepting to chair a lot of the committees for the lack of interest of chairing committees. And I know I have a colleague that made a comment about me being the chair of everything, but this exactly what we're experiencing right now is the reason why last term I ended up being the chair of a lot. And even for committees that weren't a priority to me, that I wanted to do other things, as a counselor, it's not just this. This comes with the responsibility of a counselor, and it's very disappointing to see colleagues not willing to step up to the plate, to chair a committee, to one person's point that we may not even have many meetings, so it's not going to be a burden. But I'm already chair of 2 committees. Last term, I was chair of 4 out of the 5 that I served, and I'm not going to continue this trend of people being comfortable with me stepping up to the plate all the time to save this council.
All right, I understand. Point well taken. At this time, councilors are going to leave the presence of the committee due to the fact that if I stay in, then we might confirm potential or not permitting a violation due to the fact that 5 of us are going to be together in a committee. We have an item 0726, that I hope that even though there is no committee or no chair for the committee, I believe should be discussed, which is the approval of the tax increasement finance agreement between Argue LLC and the City of Lawrence. At this time, I'm stepping up. Thank you.
So I guess we don't have a city attorney. How is this going to work if we don't have a chair?
I'm just going to remind everybody, this is an ad hoc committee. This is not a standing committee. So the rules of the council don't necessarily apply as far as parliamentary rules are concerned, because it's an ad hoc committee. We are all
Councilor
here.
Plant, so it's public safety. Public safety is an ad hoc committee, and now all of a sudden, because it's a committee that you're not particularly interested in, you want to follow the rules and et cetera. But none of these types of conversation occurred while you were president and we had public safety meetings.
Let me remind you, Counselor, that when I was the council president, I asked individuals that if they wanted to serve on the public safety committee. It was not a requirement. And what my approach was this: if enough people wanted to do something, then we were going to be able to do it. Those were volunteers. Those were people who already had 2 committee assignments, and they wanted to do public safety. And in that scenario, I said, if you have an interest in it, then by all means, we're going to do it. That's the model that I used. That's not a model that's being used now.
My understanding is that you did submit an interest, that you were awarded the committee that, not awarded, but you were, excuse that term, that's not an appropriate term, but you were assigned to a committee that you did request.
Are you talking about this term on the committees for this particular cycle?
No, but you're using the strategy that you used in terms of committee assignments. And my understanding is you requested the budget committee, you were placed on the budget committee. For the most part, we have multiple committees, and for the most part, minimum, we all serve on 2. This is your second. I don't understand why everything needs to be a problem. And yes, I'm just gonna stop talking. All right.
What time? We have a Budget and Finance Committee meeting in 10 minutes? Okay. I don't get the suspicion that we're going to be doing much on this tonight on this committee, so we can stay here all that we want, but I don't think it's going to do much of anything. So I'm going to get ready for our Budget and Finance Committee for 6:30.
Question that I have is why is this item here? This should be in Budget and Finance. It's money that we're going to talk about in this item.
I can't either. I'm not the council president.
Let's go. I'm going to take it.
I nominate Council De Rosario as chair.
You made the motion for, apparently, she made a motion to whoever, and I will second the motion to whoever. Go right ahead.
I will accept the nomination. I will accept the nomination.
The chair.
Who's gonna be the vice chair? I nominate Selena Reyes for the vice chair.
Second.
The vice chair.
It's an ad hoc committee. It's whatever.
And who was running the chair because I lose the
Me,
connection?
me.
I accept him.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Bring it on, McCarthy. Wow, it's amazing how we do things. Well, guys, councilors, we have a new item here, which is item 0726, which will be the approval of a tax, of the Christmas finance, the TIF, agreement between ARGI LLC and the City of Lawrence for the property located at 470 Broadway. And we have Dan McCarthy, Planning Director.
Your mic is off. Your
Your mic is off, McCarthy. Mic is off. There we
That
go.
it? Hear me now? That's it. Daniel McCarthy, Planning Director, City of Lawrence, office at 360 Merrimack Street. I'm here today to present a request for review and approval of a tie agreement, take that back, a TIF agreement from Economic Development. The agreement is between RG LLC and the City of Lawrence, and it is a tax increment exemption program application. We've done a number of these. These are done generally to promote business, create job opportunities, and to improve certain situations in the city. As you might remember, about a year ago, or maybe even longer than that, the area in North Lawrence that we call the Malden Mills Overlay District was added as an opportunity district for the tax incentives. This, I believe, is the first application that we have within this district, looking for the rebates. The documents I've provided you is a correspondence from one of the principals of the LLC, Rafael Guzman. There is the tie agreement, the TIF agreement itself, which is document number 2, and there's a set of plans for the proposed project. If you're down along the way from Broadway, you can see that the project is substantially underway, and it's important. I think that these agreements have to be agreed upon and issued before any occupancy permits are issued. So there is a little bit of a time matter on this, but I have here with me tonight Ms. Yakaira Inoa. She is one of the managers of RG LLC, and she's here to talk about the project. I, of course, am here to answer any questions you have about the program or the policies for the city. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Inoue?
I am so happy that you guys decided to meet and do this. We've been waiting for a very long time for this. So thank you. My name is Yakaira Inoa. I am representing RG LLC regarding the proposed tax increment financing request for 470 Broadway. 470 Broadway is located in the Arlington Neighborhood District. It's an underutilized zone, and our goal is to grow and develop that section of the city, and that's why we're here. We are looking for your support. So I would like to thank the committee for taking the time to review this request and for your continued service to the City of Lawrence. I also appreciate the opportunity to attend tonight and provide any clarification that may be helpful in making your decision. The project at 470 Broadway represents a significant private investment in the city, including the development of 30 residential units with commercial space, contributing to housing supply, economic activity, and long-term tax growth for Lawrence. The purpose of the TIF is to help offset the extraordinary development costs associated with bringing this project forward while enabling the city to benefit from new taxable value, jobs, and revitalization along Broadway. We are fully committed to working with the city and appreciate the committee's review and consideration. If you guys have any questions, let me know.
Councilor, any question?
In front of you is the plan, the layout.
Okay. Councilor LaPlante?
So there's two things. One is process, two is the issue itself. So I guess let me do the issue itself. So you have me at jobs, you've lost me at housing. So when we have 30 more units, my track record, as consistent as it can be, has been trying to get a common sense housing strategy in our city. And right now, through the overpopulation, through unlawful apartments, and massive growth and spikes throughout the city, sometimes in mill conversions, sometimes in infill housings, all over the place, and variances that are provided by the Zoning Board of Appeals as well as the Planning Board. There is a number of different things that are causing a real challenge in our city: parking, education, et cetera, that we're dealing in our city. And trash pickup, snow plowing, how can we forget that? We will forget it in July, but I'm not forgetting it today in March. So snow plowing is also an issue. So that is the concern that I have. So it's not gonna be an easy place for me to vote in favor of something like this. So I just want you to I could talk an awful lot about a lot of things. I'm coming right down to the final analysis. That's my reaction to the proposal. I'm interested in the jobs, not so much in the housing. Number two, less to do with you, Mr. Ynoa, but more for this committee, this ad hoc committee. Our Rule 6 is very specific when it deals with matters that are referred to the committees. It says in our Rule 6, the City Council shall provide for the establishment of standing committees, of which this is not one, to which all business shall be referred for study and recommendation before any action is taken by the City Council. So even if we do something here tonight on this, and even if we send this up to the full committee, this is not a standing committee. This issue still needs to be sent before a standing committee. If it was me, I would probably send it to the Budget and Finance Committee, but that's up to the council president as to where he wants to send it. So you may think this is fantastic that we finally have a chance to speak this evening, but I don't think this is the final place that this thing is going to land for discussion purposes, because our rules dictate where this, how we address this issue. So that's all I wanted to say, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councilor LaPlante. Any other councilor? Councilor Infante?
Thank you, Chair. I was actually going to defer to you because it's in your district, so I'm curious to know what you think about this project. And one thing I did note that it's market rate housing, and I think you've heard me plenty of times, Chair, say that one of the issues we have in our community is that people cannot afford to live here. So yeah, I'm just going to digress and see what you believe as a district councilor.
I mean, anything happen in that district when it comes to development, I'm all for it. It's been a long way for the Arlington neighborhood to grow. And this opportunity over TIF coming to my district is something that I've been pushing for years, which I see all the TIF going somewhere else, and people supporting it, councilors supporting it, the TIF somewhere else, fully supporting it, applauding it, the incentives to people like, and I'm going to name it, to people like Salapoli, which has taken big advantage of our TIF and everything that the city have done. So having this in my district, regardless if it's in our hot committee, last week I appreciate that you wanted to know what my point was on that development, which LCW was trying to do there. I'm all for it. It's that area well needed it. And there's people that I believe they don't want that area to be developed, and it needs to be developed, that area. Where they created on the south, and the south continue to grow, and nobody says anything. And there's nothing dividing the city between the south and the north. But once you go Methuen line on Broadway, it goes dark. Nothing else in there. The density of that place, yeah, it's a lot of people. It might bring more people to the school, but Jessica Andrews said something the other day that I kept on my head, and I agreed to it. And I agreed with her that day because I watched the meeting, and she said that most of the kids that are going to the school, moving into the news apartment, already are in school districts, already are in Lawrence. It's people that we're going to move from those apartments that are overcrowded. They're looking for a place to live. So, I mean, I'm fully in support. And this TIF, I've been working with McCarthy for years, and I thought it would never get here. And again, we give, and I can name it, we gave this to the Healthy Brothers. I mean, La Poli came here a few times, and it was yes, 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 while this was standing for years. And even if it's here, they need an opportunity. I mean, if we needed to move it to budget and finance, we'll move it to budget and finance. But they're not going to be able to discuss it, but they've been waiting for this opportunity for years. And again, that area in my district need to be developed somehow, even if it's affordable or non-affordable, but it need to be developed.
And
Understood. The district council is all for it, so I'm gonna be, I'm gonna support my colleague here, so, and you guys. Thank you, Chair Del Rosario.
So, I mean, can you elaborate to Councilor LaPlante, how many parking spots there? You have your own, I mean, there's parking, there's not gonna be, you have plenty of space.
Yes.
Over parking, I mean, you're offering parking to the city. People park there and they don't even live there. People park there and they're not even going to your your business. So, can we elaborate in that? How many parking spaces will we have there?
So thank you, and I will answer that question, and to Mark LaPlante and to all of you guys. I want to be very careful in what I say next, because I'm going to say it with passion, and I want to make sure that you guys understand what I'm going to say clearly. We're not asking for favors. We deserve this. We deserve this. We earn it. We have earned it, Mr. LaPlante. We have earned it. The building is there. The 30 units will be there. We need the TIF. We need your support. In that section of the city, we're going to have our second phase is our parking garage. Next to that building that we have another one that soon we're going to be using for parking as well. So the value that we add is not just the 30 apartment units that the city needs. It's not just that. We also have parking. And again, I'm speaking with passion because it is not the first time that we, RG, Gino Mills, from one of the poorest part of the city, we develop in that city, and we need this TIF, and we will appreciate it. And to have been used on this scenario, for me, I didn't appreciate it at all, because this fight amongst the council is not good for the city. We need more a united front to represent what the city really needs. This is not just about RG. We need you guys to see more into the future and the growth of the city. And with that, it comes the Latino community. They also deserve the TIF. We do, Mr. LaPlante. And I'd appreciate it if you guys really consider giving us a TIF, sending this to the council. And if it is that we need to be in the budget committee, and the budget committee, when is the budget committee? Tonight? Tomorrow? Then I want to be there. Whatever committee you guys need to send us to, send us. But send us now. We don't want to keep waiting. We deserve this. So, the Arlington neighborhood, RG LLC, 470 Broadway, will have 30 units apartment. It will have, we are within this package, and I was being very conservative because I know it would take work in the demand of the requirements of the 15 jobs, 20 jobs that we're going to be creating. So if you guys have not seen the details, I did a summary here. It's a quick summary,
Thank you.
okay? Not just the TIF application, but just a quick summary that's gonna provide you with a lot of the answers for the questions that you have.
I think that's also in here, right?
Now, the summary I just did it for you guys today, just to summarize the many pages of the application to make it easy for the
Okay.
city council. So we have 30 units. On the second phase, we're gonna have a parking garage. By the next, I would say, 9 months, we're gonna have additional parking space. So we are going to be cleaning Broadway. And I can passionately and gracefully and being grateful to God for being here into the city. Yes, we're gonna be making a big change in that part of the city. There's more development that are gonna come in that area as well, and that is why we're gonna be building a parking garage. So the answer that is associated, the question associated with the parking, we're gonna have the garage, and we're gonna have additional parking space as well. The other question you had, and I can't remember right now, has to do with the economic portion, was it? I can't remember, but. Affordability, okay, so market, okay, market housing, affordability, okay. They're almost the same now. If you guys need us to make an amendment, change something, propose it. Don't deny my TIF based on that, please. Because knowing Rafael Danilo Guzman, Maria Alcantara, and Jakairi Noah, we are all about the city, we are for the city. It is time that we also receive some of the benefits. We need it, and we could use it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Plant?
Yeah, just to say this, I don't want to belabor this. I'm very disappointed in the angle, in the approach regarding my opposition to this, as if ethnicity has anything to do with it. It just disappoints me that we're talking like this at this point. It was very obvious to me where this was going, so I'm disappointed. I'm disappointed in you, I'm disappointed in the discussion, and I think we deserve better in this chamber to have a more elevated discussion based on issues, based on facts, based on the things that I do to represent the people that I represent, of which
I would have appreciated the question from the angle of what we have for parking, you know, that proposed. I'm sorry.
I thought I had the floor.
Mr. North,
I listened to the whole thing, and I did not
Councilor Plant has the floor.
I did not interrupt. My position, I know this is, I get the sense this is being called into question. I can get it. I hear that. Lapoli and Merrimack, that's in my district. We can go through those if we need to, each case by case, because every one of them deals with certain things issue. There are businesses that are there. There's not just housing. There's a lot of components that go into every vote. So when I look at a vote, I look at components regarding that. The Mark LaPlante of 2014, when there was not as much housing issues, is different than that. Things have evolved. We have increased the housing stock in the city and skyrocketed, with an addition to unlawful apartments, tremendously. The place that I can show that to you is through the number of automobiles that we have. Just if you look at that metric alone, it tells you how many more people we have in our city today. And my fear is not that we're adding more units. My fear and my concern, and I happen to think this is probably the biggest thing that we're dealing with as a city, as an underlying issue. It impacts our schools, it impacts public service, public safety, it impacts trash pickup, it impacts snow removal, it picks up ambulances getting to people when they're sick and they can't get where they need to go. We're dealing with it on parking. It crosses across a lot of different areas. So the reason why we're looking at this now, that I'm saying, if we had a stronger ISD, Inspectional Services Department, that really started looking at the issues on unlawful apartments, then we could start saying, okay, if we can get those out, then we could put lawful apartments in, because there's value in that. But until we as a city get our act together, which we have not, and I'm not just talking about this administration, this has gone on for some time now. It hasn't happened overnight. So what we need to do, and I'm not seeing that, where I'm sitting today as a 21-year city councilor, I'm not seeing it. So until I start seeing the fact that we're going to be serious about dealing with housing in our city, It's difficult for me to start saying, okay, yeah, just bring some more on. Bring some more on. Because what that does is impacting across our city. It doesn't stop at a district boundary line. It goes across. And it doesn't stop at a river. It goes across. That's the concern that I have. And so it's my discussion here is based on evolved thinking over time. The environment has changed over time. We are where we are now. We have a lawsuit against us from the Lawrence Redevelopment Authority who wants to have several thousand more units in the city. That is before the courts right now. And so if we're going to start going forward with adding more before we even know what the result is going to be on some of these major issues, I don't think that's being very thoughtful. I don't think that's showing good leadership. I do understand that there's needs in the city, but my final point is this. Lawrence is not going to solve the housing problem. Somebody mentioned this, I think, the other night. I forget who, but I took note of it. This is a regional issue. This is a national issue, and we're not going to solve it in the city of Lawrence exclusively, unilaterally, in a silo. We're just not. And so if we're thinking in those terms, we're just thinking about how much can we bring in, how much can we do, and it's not going to be enough. You're going to move people who are currently couch surfing into a unit, and you know something? Those landlords who decide they're not playing by the rules are just going to fill that place back up again. We're not going to fix the problem until we get ISD on it. And so until then, that is what I'm basing my decision on. That is what I'm representing my constituents on. That is the 13,000 or so people that I represent for many years. That's the interest that I have for them. They may not all agree. You may not agree with those decisions. But because I see the whole I see the whole menu of what we're facing as a city, this to me is important. And I appreciate, by the way, I appreciate your passion. If you didn't have passion, you shouldn't be standing there. So good for you.
Councilor Plant. Councilor Reyes.
Through you, Chair,
Go ahead.
I want to give you a comment to RG LLC. I want to say apologize because we delayed for more than 1 year through this process. But at the same time, personally, I love the project. I'm passing by and see how we developing our city. And I'm so glad to see Mr. Guzman do this kind of project to serving our community. I'm so glad to see the kind of project moving forward in our beautiful city of Florence. I want to make a formal motion to send the full council with favorable recommendation.
Second.
There's a
Discussion.
motion on the floor, properly second, discussion.
Discussion.
Go ahead, Councilor.
Thank you. Thank you. I wanted to make a comment before the motion was made, but I didn't want to delay the motion. I first want to address.
I apologize, Councilor Infante.
It's okay. It's still moving forward,
okay.
so no worries. I first want to mention, I think twice we've heard concern about the lack of decorum that happened at the beginning and also just a few seconds ago. And I want to address at the beginning, and I want to apologize for my part in it. I believe at the beginning, I made my stance clear as to why I was denying the chairmanship. However, where I'm at fault, I believe at least, is the continuation of conversations or behavior. So to you and everybody that were here during that time, I do want to apologize for that second part of my participation in that. And now, pertaining to the TIF and the housing, 2 full council meetings ago, I made a comment pertaining to housing that I do believe certain areas need development. What I think the city should do to approach development is to do an assessment of the area. And that's why I lean towards the district councilor, because I drive by it, but I'm not truly familiar with the area and what occurs and what constituents are saying. And when Councilor De Rosario mentioned, oh yeah, there's plenty of space, you're mentioning, garage and everything. I'm like, all right, well, it sounds like it's in an area where everything's going to be okay. So that's my concern, and I don't know, Director McCarthy, if you were there when I made that comment. There's certain areas in our community that is is just so, there's no space, and we're trying to squeeze housing one way or another. And I think that's where majority of the concerns come from. But anyways, that's, I wanted to address that, and I'm glad that Councilor De Rosario was able to add some clarification to the project in the area.
And what's that? And a few years ago, I was part of the inauguration of the factory, La Factoria, which was 62 units in the same area. And guess what? Those were 62 calls that I don't receive every day. 62 calls that I don't receive anymore because they developed those 62 apartments. With your 30 units, will be 30 calls that I'm not going to receive. And I hope it continue to grow on the back. La Fruteria has a project there, and hopefully we'll see them here. And that area needs to be completely developed. Completely developed. I mean, we have a beautiful park. If we develop that, the trash is going to go away. The people that are out there behind those, if you walk there, we know who they are. They're going to go away. We're going to beautify the area. Then it needs to be done. So I'm all for it. So there's a motion on the table, properly second. Here comes the questions. All those in favor?
Aye.
Roll call, Marco, because she's on Zoom. So roll call.
Your mic is off, Maria.
Thank you. Sorry. Councilor Stephanie Infante,
Yes.
Councilor Selena Reyes,
Yes.
Councilor Mark LaPlante,
No.
and Councilor Gregory De Rosario.
The chair vote in favor. Motion carries.
Motion carries.
Thank you, councilors.
Thank you. Councilor, there's no new items on the agenda.
Thank you.
Looking for a motion.
Motion to adjourn.
Motion
Second.
to properly
Thank you all.
second. Discussion. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. The ayes have it. Good night.
Roll call for the
Good evening and welcome to the Budget and Finance Committee. It is Wednesday, March 11, 2026. It is now 6:58 p.m. Voting members present to my left, we have the Vice Chair, Councilor Vivian Marmo. To my right, we have the Council President, Giovanni Rodriguez, and Councilor Mark LaPlante. Pursuant to Chapter 20 of the Acts of 2022, this meeting of the Budget and Finance Committee is being conducted both in person and via remote participation. A reminder that persons who would like to listen or view this meeting while in progress may either attend in person here in the City Council chamber or watch via our YouTube page. At this point, can you please join me in the pledge? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Councilors, can I have a motion to approve the minutes from the Budget and Finance Committee meetings that occurred on September 10th, 2025, January 28th, 2026, and February 25, 2026?
So move.
Second.
Motion has been made by the Council President, seconded by the Vice Chair. Any discussion on the minutes? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye, and the ayes have it. All right into new business. We have the first item, item 62-26, SEIU Local 888 Supervisors and Administrators Union Collective Bargaining Agreement. And this is for the transfer of $106,570 from current year salary reserve and other accounts to various salary funds to fund this collective bargaining agreement. And we have our CAFO here with us to talk more about the CBA. CAFO?
Good evening, councilors. Ramona Ceballos, CAFO. So this is the SEIU Local AAA Supervisors and Administrator Union, and this is a 3-year contract. Before you, we have the breakdown of the retroactive, which is going to go back to July 1st, 2025. So we have the general fund portion, $77,637. Parking enterprise, $3,362. Sewer and water enterprise fund, $15,484. And grants, $10,087. I'll go ahead and give you a synopsis of the memorandum of understanding. So there's approximately 35 individuals currently in this union, and we have them set out, as you can see on that first page, throughout the city. There's multiple departments that have employees that are currently under this union. So let me just give you an understanding. Okay. So basically, again, this is a 3-year agreement from July 1st, 2025 to June 30th, 2028. The first item that was addressed in the MOA is vacation. So currently, this union, if you have less than 5 years, they have an accrual basis where you get a percentage of your 10-day vacation per month. So this union was ratified to get a 5 days ahead of the beginning of the year. And then every month after the month of January, they get 1/12 of the 5 days left. Then after 5 years, they go back to the accrual process. And they get 3 weeks vacation at 5 years anniversary. The second item is upon ratification, each employee will get $1,000 signing bonus. And the third item is 3 licenses. There's a small increase on water treatment operator, distribution water operator, and the construction supervisor. Any questions?
Councilors, any questions or comments, concerns for our CAFO?
Through you, Madam Chair.
Council President.
Just looking at the vacation portion of it, I mean, you give us an example as to how this is gonna work.
Mm-hmm.
I know that you just touched base on that, but I want to make sure like I'm clear 100%. So an employee that is on, it is within the city for a year, they got 10 days vacation, and then after January 1st, they accrue this amount of days, of 5 days, and the vacation per month work for the rest of the year. So can you go back again and
Sure.
explain a little more?
So let's say an employee has 6 months working for the city on January 2026. They will get 5 days on January 1st. Then
Of that,
after 6 months of employment.
of the 6 month of employment. Okay.
Yes. So then after they get that 5 days deposit, if you call it, for their accruals, then after that, they will get 1/12 of the 5 days that they have left. So they will
To
get,
accumulate the remaining 5 days?
correct.
Okay. Then by the time that they're within a year, they have 10 days.
That's correct.
What is the difference between what
So
happened before?
what happened back in 2016, everybody went on a accrual basis in terms of they've got 1/12. So if an employee only had 2 weeks vacation and came January, they had a day in January, a day in February. So they had to literally wait 5 months before they had 5 days. But if an employee wanted to go on vacation in January, they didn't really have any time to use. So now we were able to negotiate, we're giving them 5 days ahead, and then after the 5 days, they get 1/12 of the left of the 5 days that are left in the year. Then once
And
they
that
reach,
only happened within the first year?
no, all through the 5 years. And once they reach the 5-year anniversary, then they get 3 weeks vacation,
Then that changed.
and that changes.
So during the second year, they will get, after 6 months, they will get another 5 days?
So this is for employees that have at least worked 6 months, so that's only applicable for that first.
No, I'm saying like, walk me through on the second
So
year.
let's say the second year,
Yeah.
they used up their 10 days the year before,
yeah, uh-huh.
they get another 5 days in
On
January.
January 1st?
Yes,
Okay. And if they use it and they leave in February, what happens?
that's it.
And then the city's on the loose?
They use it, no, then, yeah, they use 5 days, but they don't get the other 5 days. And that was the purpose of, it's kind of give and take, and that was what was negotiated. That was the purpose of maybe reducing the liability of not giving everybody their vacation up front. So now they are only giving 5 days. And then the remaining 5 days, they have to wait throughout the year to get
Yeah, and the
1/10.
way that it sounds is like they only give 5 days, but in the way that it is, in real life, it's like you need to earn it
That's right.
as you go. So you don't get vacation until you earn it, and then you can accumulate based on your earnings. It's vacation earned, it's not vacation given. So we're doing the opposite here, just to be clear.
No, well, before, for
Well,
all
now.
unions, this is the only union that's actually getting an upfront. None of the other unions negotiated that.
But expected,
No,
because we're giving it to one.
we negotiated for 3 years. It's going to have to be back on the table in 3 years.
And then what we're gonna have is, this
Actually,
union is
I'll
getting
take that
it.
back. It was
Okay.
offered to every union as a benefit, and this is the only union that actually took it.
I don't understand. to
Believe
be
it or
honest
not.
with you. I mean, I'm pro-union, I'm a union member, but I understand that you earn your vacation. You don't get vacation just because. But it is what it is. We're here to just talk about the money. No more questions.
Can I, Vice Chair? I want to piggyback off of Council President. Is this also including 3 personal days? I'm just trying to understand, on top of the 5 days and then the accrual of vacation time, is personal days
Bless you.
part of this equation?
No, it's just vacation.
They don't get personal.
They get personal
I'm so
days.
used to I
They
have
get personal days?
Yes,
Okay, how many days?
3
Oh.
days.
Oh, okay.
So they get that in January, right?
I have to go back to this specific union because every union has different specifications. I'm not sure when they get this, but even for sick time, they don't get it up front. They get a 12th every month.
Yeah, personal days is up front though, or is it accrued here?
I want to say it's up front,
Yeah.
the 3 days, and the vacation is on a per month basis. So you would get a 12th or whatever vacation you're entitled to, and then for sick time, you also get a 12th.
Okay. So just to make sure that the numbers are sitting clear with me, less than 5 years is 12 days of vacation.
5 days, I mean 10 days.
10 days. 10.
10. Well, because it has one per calendar month.
So the way it works, January, you get 5 days.
Uh-huh.
Then after that, you get 1/12 of the other 5 days. Because
Oh,
it's
okay.
it's
They're
given to
giving
you
half
throughout the
and
whole
then-
year.
Oh, okay. So
Yes.
it's 10, then plus the personal days would be 13 days off
For the year,
for the year. Okay.
for 4 years. Once you reach your 5th year, then you're entitled to 3 weeks.
I think that's fine. I'm so used to more on with my union, but I've been working for the state for quite some time, so I cannot fathom these numbers.
Yeah.
And these are for administrators,
And supervisors, yes.
administrators and supervisors. Okay. So, yeah, administrators and supervisors, this doesn't necessarily, take into account seniority or anything, or years of
So-
service. It doesn't,
So this would apply for like a new employee that has under 5 years of service. After 5 years, you get 3 weeks, and then you go back to on a 1/12 per month,
okay.
which will equal 1.25 on year 5 per month, 1 day.
Okay. And as a new hire, there is no exceptions regardless of the experience and background, which would place some, so it has nothing to do with changing their step grade or anything, it doesn't influence.
No.
Okay. All right, I'm all set with my questions.
Thank you. Any other further questions or concerns, comments? Seeing none, I will now entertain a motion.
Motion to send to full council with a favorable recommendation.
Motion has been made by by the vice chair. Is there a second? I'll second. Can we reflect on the minutes that the council president seconded? Maria, please. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye, and the ayes have it.
Thank you.
Next, new business item. All right, I have no objection. If the rest of the committee has no objection, we do have a tabled item that one committee member is asking me to untable. It's new business, but it's kind of tabled. So can I have a motion to untable item 7-26, approval of tax increment financing TIF agreement between ARD LLC and the City of Lawrence for property located 470 Broadway?
Where is that in my agenda? Second page.
There's a motion has been made. Is there a second?
It's supposed to be a new
Second.
business,
All those,
Discussion,
it's,
Go ahead.
I mean, we're.
Finish.
is there a motion, was it seconded? I'm sorry, I thought it was.
I seconded, yes. But it was to untable.
Sure, I wanted, before we untable, I wanted to say, so I have in front of me the Budget and Finance Committee agenda that was given a while ago in time for this meeting. And then what I just received is the revised agenda. And as I'm going through the revised agenda, this item
Wasn't there.
was not on there. So my question is, when was this revised agenda posted?
It's on the website. You can take a look at it.
But when was it when did I?
2 days
I don't-
ago.
Pardon me?
2 days ago.
Because I received today, 2 days ago? What's today?
Yep.
Wednesday? I received from Teresa today the agenda, and it was not the revised agenda. It was.
They didn't do that right then. They didn't look at the website. But it was posted 2 days ago.
Teresa made a mistake?
If she sent that wrong agenda, she did.
So today's what? Today's what, Wednesday? So we,
Correct.
as we know, we've got 48 hours to post something. So if we did it on Monday at, let's say hypothetically 4 o'clock, Tuesday, Wednesday, so that would fit within the
So
48.
here on the website, it's reflected, it was posted on the website March 9th at 12:52 PM. I'm sorry, 12:23 PM.
Madam Chair.
So it does meet it does meet the requirements of the law that we post within 40 hours. That's the question. Thank you.
Okay. All right, so there's a motion to untable, properly seconded. No further discussion. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
The ayes have it.
Is this
All
in the
right.
budget, like the item,
I just gave you the agenda.
documents that pertain to this item, are they in the budget book?
The
It
agenda
should be.
is.
Because
I don't know
that's
if- I don't know
exactly-
if the
that's
document is
my-
here, but I mean,
That's my concern, I'm not gonna,
It should be, because it's an old item.
I'm thinking that, budget book,
A lot of the documentation was provided on the previous
it should be in my
committee.
budget, but it should be in my budget. Yo, mira, Conce. I found
Vas a
the
un
book
issue,
of
algo que no tiene
simply stating what I
Yo
have in
entiendo.
front of me.
Here it is, I think I just.
So it's like 70 years is the
All right.
last thing I have under new
So-
business. I mean, if you have it,
not
Council
included.
President, make me a copy.
The agenda was,
All right,
was
so
posted,
not
the
here.
agenda was
Oh, all right.
posted, and then the document
Director
was
McCarthy,
provided.
you have the floor.
Can I interrupt for one moment? I'm so sorry. Do we have the background
okay.
information on this? Because I'm not hearing your conversation, Council Chair.
Okay. Right now, I recognize Director McCarthy.
Okay.
You have the floor, Director McCarthy.
Thank you. Daniel McCarthy, Planning Director for City of Lawrence, office at 360 Merrimack Street. I'm here before you asking for a TIF agreement approval. A TIF agreement is a tax increment exemption financing package. It is intended for economic development. The agreement is between RG LLC and the City of Lawrence. RG LLC is the owner of property on Broadway, in a site that we used to call the Arlington Mills or the Malden Mills District. This is part of an area with a overlay district that was recently added to the city as a TIF opportunity district. This was recently amended 2 years ago by this board. The purpose of these programs is to encourage investment and economic development in certain neighborhoods. I have one of the principals here, the manager for the LLC, Yakaira Inoa. She can speak a little about the project. But again, this is, again, an economic development project that's looking to make improvements in this neighborhood. And I'll have Yakaira come up here. And I'm
No,
free here to...
before,
Council
Sure.
President.
let me throw you, Madam Chair. Before she take the floor, I have a couple of questions.
Yes.
All right, so are you done with your intro? Director, you're done with your intro?
What's that?
You're done with your intro on
Yes.
the item? Okay, Council President, you may.
Yes,
you may
Mr.
proceed.
McCarthy, Director, can you tell us about the agreement, the negotiation between the city and ARGE? What are the terms?
So the agreement is in part of your package, it's an incremental financing, and what that means is that there will be a waiver of the taxes over a period of time, over a number of years, beginning
So
with
what is that?
first year.
How that look like?
So the property has an existing current base tax, that will always be paid. Above and beyond that, as an investor puts more money into a property, the value of that property goes higher. The tax increment says that the money invested into it will not be taxed at the full amount for a period of time. In this case, they're asking for a 15-year term. The first year, they'll pay 10% of the excess taxes. We call them excess taxes. The next year, they'll be 10, 20, 30, 40, and consistently down until they're paying the last 5 years of this, they'll be paying 95% of the taxes on this property. So it's on page 2 of the agreement, and the way it works is it allows investors to put money in, and in the first couple of years are crucial to any new project or in any new development, and it gives them a little bit of wiggle room. It's not a large amount of money, but over the course of time, as a property gains value, there'll be more money be paid into the city for tax purposes.
Through you, Madam Chair.
Council President?
Yes, the reason why I'm asking you to go through the terms is because those are the terms that the city have negotiated for us to approve,
Correct.
the city council. So it's a 15-year term with the schedule that you just mentioned.
That's correct.
Starting at 10%.
Yes.
So is that something that for a market rate value housing is something that is typical?
It's typical, yes.
That's something that is typical?
Yeah, they range all over the place. Because the TIFs don't have a defined, they can be up to 20 years. We have offered
Yeah, the
up to
law
20
says
years.
20 years.
And these numbers are typical. I think you've seen a couple in the last few years that were even larger than this. I think we did one for one of the schools, which was larger because that was more of a nonprofit type of thing. These are for profit businesses, but it is a large investment in the property. I think Ms. Anoa will talk to you about the future development of this land, this area. There's the Arlington Mill District. There's a lot of vacant land. This is the first new construction on this site. If you're familiar with that area, I'm sure you all are, for the last 15 years, there was a foundation laying on the side of the road for about 80 feet of that block. It was a great blight on the city. So when you go by now, there'll be a brand new storefronts and everything. So the investments bring life and bring development to this neighborhood itself. And it'll allow the RG LLC to invest more money into the properties. As they talked about in the economic development meeting, they want to be building a large-scale commercial garage that will provide parking for the entire neighborhood and many of the stores and many of the businesses and for future development. But those are things, again, that Mr. Noah can speak to.
So, let me go Madam Chair, if you allow me to, let me go 2 steps back so I can explain a little more as of why this item is also here and not just at the Economic Development Committee. The reason why is because as per Rule 6, we need to send each item to a standing committee and to avoid potential issues at the full council due to the fact that we already have a recommendation. I want to make sure that we fulfill that Rule 6 and the City Council Rule 6, and we actually don't delay the process when it comes to city rules and regulations. So going back 2 steps further now, let's discuss the economic portion of the TIF, which is I'm very interested on. So you just mentioned that we are looking to have a 15-year TIF that is going to benefit this specific developer for the next 15 years, and it's going to start with 10%, going all the way to 95%, as you mentioned. So when it comes to funding, when it comes to money that the city it's not receiving, perhaps because we're just going to receive the base and then based on the increment, what that means? What is the amount of dollars?
It means that the city's not going to lose any revenue.
An amount of dollars.
Excuse me?
Money-wise.
Yeah. I don't know the exact dollars on this, but I say the city won't lose any money because the base value is never going to change.
I got
That's
you.
going to be
I
paid
ju- I
under.
just mentioned that.
So in the first year, it'll increase by the 10%
10%.
of the investment value, then 20, then 30, then 40.
All right, and do you have that amount? Not right now because you say that you don't have it, but I mean, do you guys negotiate based on that when you guys negotiate the TIF?
We do. It's submitted to the city. It goes to the planning department and it goes to the tax assessor. It's reviewed. The tax assessor then will do, based upon the development costs, will do a spreadsheet on the calendar on the amount of investment that the city will be taking in. And then it will go to the mayor's office before it comes here for approval. And so the mayor could say, no, those numbers are out of whack. I don't think this investment's worth that. You could say the same thing. I'm telling you, this is pretty much in line with the types of tips we've given out in the past. Like I said, we've given out larger ones.
And,
We've had
you keep on mentioning that it's typical, but I'm gonna question you on that.
Yeah.
Because as far as I remember, and I have a very good memory,
Yes.
long-term memory, not short, but long-term memory. Last year we approved a loan TEF for the school that is being built on Canal Street.
North Canal, yes, correct.
And that's the only one so far that I can remember that I have at least voted on that is over 10 years. The typical one that we have seen is 5 years. That's the most typical one that I have voted at least on.
I think the TIFs are usually 10 years. I think we have the ones we've been bringing to you recently are the tie agreements. It's the same mechanism, but it's for housing. It's from another agency of the state. And when we negotiated that, the mayor in this case had a set amount of money in term put into it. So that one, it can only be 5 years, and it can only be 50% of the value. And that is for housing creation, it's not for economic development. As I said, the last one I remember we did was for the school, I forget the name of the school.
Esperanza Academy.
The Esperanza Academy. I think theirs was a 10-year TIF. I believe it started at 100% for several years. It was at 100% for maybe 5 years, and then started going down. So this one starts out right at 90%.
Tell me a little more about that. The jobs that we're gonna create.
I wish I had brought I provided you a spreadsheet at the last meeting with all the tips we've done in the last 25 years.
You did send that. You did send that.
And I wish I had it in front of me today so you could look at it. But that gave you a breakdown of the length of them and the values.
So tell me about the economic development portion of these specific TIF.
Excuse me?
For this project.
Of this one?
Yeah, how many jobs we're gonna be creating?
I'd prefer to have Mr. Noah speak on that.
Okay.
Ms. Noah, name and address for the record, please.
Jacaira Inoa Severino, 19 Manholly Drive, Methuen, Massachusetts. I also own 142 Andover Street in Lawrence, Massachusetts, 530 Broadway, Lawrence, Massachusetts, and some other properties in Lawrence, Massachusetts. So yes.
You have the floor. The council
Yeah,
president
the-
had a
the-
question regarding
Yeah.
employment. How many jobs is this project going to create?
So thank you, Council. Employment, many, but understanding that there is a process once the TIF is given. I was conservative, so I listed 15 as a commitment in the application, because I know that every year we will get a review. So I want to make sure that we comply fully without any issues with those commitments. But quite frankly, there will be more than 15 jobs at this particular property.
So the jobs that you are talking about are related. Like, walk me through some of the typical jobs that is going to be created for on that property.
So on the property management portion of the building, in the management of the building, there will be 5 jobs created there. But on the commercial space, we're going to have a TV studio, We're going to have schools on that, and the school is the one that's going to bring most of the jobs because it's a big first floor in which we are going to dedicate it for education and youth growth. That's what that's what we are put in the application. So let me just get that portion of the application so that I. So our goal is innovation on everything that we're doing. Okay, we want to keep technology afloat. So that's what we bring in. We bring in school that is going to be associated with technology. We're going to be bringing a TV studio and a radio station, recording studio. So that's what's coming on the first floor.
And based on that, the first floor that is commercial, it's going to be the 15 jobs.
Yes. Plus, you have the management of the building in itself. It's going to be a company, that's going to be hiring employees from Lawrence as well.
Essentially, what I want to make sure that we are discussing is that when we are discussing a TIF here is for a specific companies that are going to bring a specific jobs. Sometime let's say perhaps a good example of how I evaluate that is the following. We give out a TIF for a company in South Lawrence that is dedicated to a laundry machine, industrial laundry machine. And when I analyzed that a specific TIF, I remember that I was asking for jobs that are not requiring like bachelor's degree. That was my specific questioning around, because I want to make sure that we bring in jobs to Lawrence that are not necessarily for professionals, that for the typical person. So
Well,
that's what I observed when I actually give out a positive vote on that, because we have to have a market for everybody. And that was my questioning around. It's not my only focus, but that was one of the focus that I actually on that TIF was looking for. That specific company, they have a specific amount of jobs. And when we bought on it, we bought it for, I believe it was 5 to 10 years, and then we were discussing around that. But on this specific, and then we have another project that we approved a TIF for right in front of New Balance, and that was for market rate. So it was the two different programs that we approved on different time of that period of the council, different type of perspective. Here you have a mixed use development that are gonna bring both. And to be honest with you, I have no issues whatsoever with the TIF when it comes, but I do have issues with the timing. I think 15 years is something that it's a lot for the city to get back part of the revenues that we used to be able to pay for services, because it's not like we are a rich city. It's not like we need to pay for services that the development is going to be a need for as well, because everybody's in need of those development. And the city of Lawrence, for every dollar that we spend, 74 cents come from the state. It's not like we are sustainable when it comes to our services. So I have an issue with the timing. 15 years, I think, is a great amount of time. Okay. If that, within the time of the approval, I'm not asking for more time for the approval, but during the time of the approval, I think that you guys should sit down and talk about the negotiation instead of us saying no or yes. And kind of like, and be more, trying to, at least on my end, I'm not going to speak on behalf of the councilors. They can approve it next week.
Okay.
And I'm fine with that. I'm never going to question a vote for a city councilor. But when it comes to me personally, 15 years, I think is a great amount of time.
Okay, so if I may, Council, I understand where you're coming from. I was the one who put this TIF proposal together, and there were different approaches. We're not greedy. So I have seen in the past, the city grant 20 years, and 10 of those years were zero. That's not our approach. We don't want to be greedy with our city. We want to be fair, and because I wanted for this to just be bulletproof and pass through you guys with no issues. So that's why when I was doing the formula, you know what? No, let's not ask for 5, 0 tax, or 10 years, 0 tax, So that's why I broke it down on the 90-90, 80-80, so I can come back. I could have done like many other people did, that they presented a TIF request asking for 10 years, 0 on all those 10 years, so we're not that greedy. That was not the intent. So I will appreciate if you guys consider and actually look at the formula, because it took me a little bit of back and forward and analyzing what was approved in the past as well. Just so that it's different when you come to with a formula with 0 for 10 years versus, 90-90, 80-70. So I did it based on some sort of analysis and study that I personally did.
And
based on
understand.
history.
I understand where you're
Yeah.
coming from.
And on
at
the
least
jobs,
on my,
yeah.
at
And on
least
the
on my- go
yeah,
ahead.
and on the jobs, I have a company, Freight Services. Right now, I employ 45 employees all year round, and we are adding another division. I am contracting more people, so we're growing, and we are here, and we are for the city. We belong in the city, and we are helping the city. So jobs will not be an issue for us. Creating jobs, it will not be an issue.
So
We've been doing it because we've been growing tremendously.
yeah.
Thank God.
No, and I'm very familiar to the building that you guys have on the right next to it. But when it comes to the timing, we just received when you guys came the first time or before that, we received the information from McCarthy. I think it was before your time, but not that long ago, probably like a month and a half ago. Not on this item, but on another similar item. And we have that information. I mean, the good thing about it is that we can review all the TIF what was given because everything was provided. When it comes to the timing, my years in the council, this is my 11th year. I don't remember approving a 15-year TIF. I could be wrong, but I'll definitely going to go back to the spreadsheet.
This will
to
be your
fair.
first.
Yeah. No, I mean, fundamentally, I'm against it. That's the thing. Because I think 15 years, it is a significant amount of years. And the city have done it, but not, I don't remember approving within my 11 years of service here. But the city have done that before. Obviously, every time that we have a TIF, we have different circumstances, we have different timing, and the local economy is different every time.
Yeah.
Because, I mean, compared to the 1990s is completely different than the 2026. Is like different type of scenarios, years, the amount of jobs that were in need back then, potentially different than what it is right now. I know that the only thing that haven't changed in Lawrence is the population, that we kind of like stick around the same number. But when it comes to the economic development of the city and the local economy, that have changed drastically. And I'm assuming that the council have looked at those at the time of approving those TIF. Yeah. And I won't judge any of those.
Thank you.
passes from the past.
I was recommended to present a 20-year, but I did not want to do that, just because for me it's more important that it passes through quickly. Just so that you know.
Okay, no problem.
But whatever you guys can recommend and look at, we are here to work with and for the city.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other further questions or comments? Councilor LaPlante?
Thank you. I just want to make sure, I want to talk about the substance, but I just want to, on the logistics side, I just want to make sure I'm clear. So I got the stuff here. I'm on the Economic Development Ad Hoc Committee, so I received some earlier stuff this evening and part of the packet. But did all of us get that information for this discussion this evening? No, I heard someone say no to me. So it's one of those things. I mean, I'm not going to necessarily be short-shifted because I was able to listen and get some information. It's actually in that room because I didn't have this revised document when I came in here to sit down. So I don't have this stuff in front of me. But I heard enough in the earlier discussions in the ad hoc committee on this matter. So I think that the council president makes some good points regarding timing and the length of time. I don't have a tight memory of all the TIFs that have come before the city, the timeframes. There's housing, there's non-housing. Most of them are non-housing. This is unusual to get a TIF for housing. And there's a reason, councilors, why, Madam Chair, why there is unusual for that, because we don't necessarily need an incentive. The free market has provided the incentive today because it is so profitable to have housing. So what it is a tax increment financing, but it's also the IKB for incentive. We're trying to incentivize and trying to provide carrots and enticements for organizations to do things. Usually we do these for jobs. Usually we want to see more jobs and create an industrial base. The council president rightly mentioned earlier about making our budget sustainable. We're in the budget committee. We get, he said, and it's a little high, but I'm going to go with it, 74% of our monies come from outside of the city. Okay? Fine, I get that. And I'm with that. What are we doing to be sustainable? That makes sense. And so if we're able to get more through economic development, if we're able to get more through our tax base, this is it. We're not losing money on this. I just want people to misunderstand what a TIF is. We're not losing. We're just not. We're not getting as much money as we could be getting. That's what it is. And over time, we're going to get to where we should be. And that's the incentive. We're going to provide a less onerous obligations to the business owners to encourage them to come into our city to invest. That's what this is about. Many of those elements aren't here for this. You're in our city. You want to be in our city. You earlier made in a previous meeting said that we're going to be building these 30 units no matter what. We're here and we're going to be doing this no matter what. That doesn't tell me that these TIFs are truly, and if I misrepresented your comment, I will allow you to correct me. But that's what I heard. But we want to provide that incentive. So I just want to throw that out there, number one. And number two, I don't want to go into this long dissertation regarding housing. I'm going to cut it as short as I can. We don't need more housing in the city until we get our housing infrastructure in our ISD working toward unlawful apartments working correctly. Until we get a handle, and it doesn't have to be overnight, but we understand this in the light of the headwinds that we're facing with the accessory dwelling units, with the potential LRA lawsuit and potential more units that we could be facing in the city, that's really going to jack up the population and all of the ancillary dominoes that fall when we have more people in our city. Schools, parking, et cetera, housing, snow removal, et cetera. I can't in good conscience support someone that's looking for that incentive. So while I didn't say this earlier, the organization that is being represented this evening has a very good reputation in the city and has done tremendous work in the city and has built a job base in the city. And for that, the organization should be commended for the work and what they've been able to accomplish in our city. They are stakeholders in our city. So I don't want to diminish the accomplishments that have taken place, but I just don't feel I cannot support something based on the problem, not the problems, but based on the incentivizing and the housing. I can't support this proposal.
Okay.
Thank you.
If I may, So, if I understand correctly, if I were to take my investment to a city that will provide me the TIF, so let me start developing RG 470 and let me go to another city that's going to provide me the TIF and then bring that benefit to other city. So the benefits starts in-house if the commitment of work and developing the city is there. I don't want to go back to my team and say, listen, this is how the city feels. They feel that if outsiders come and promote jobs and say that they're going to do this, then they can give them the TIF. But us that are here, that are developing, and that we will continue to develop, and that we also will have the jobs, cannot receive the intent. That's what I'm getting right now. And I cannot appreciate. So
I think it's safe to say, to not have this go further, I think it's safe to say that both yourself and the counselor can agree to disagree on the ways that you guys are seeing this TIF.
yes.
And that's obviously in your right.
Yeah.
Counselor expressed how he felt, how he's seeing it. You're expressing the way that you're seeing it, and I think it's the points have been made very clear.
Thank you. So RG LLC will bring development to the city. We will create more jobs than what is listed here, just because of the way I work. I will come through with my commitment that are written here. And all I can ask the council is to keep in mind that we are for the city, that we will be creating jobs. This is an economic development tax incentive, a TIF. This is not a housing saving request that we are requesting, and it is for economic development, and that's what we're going to be bringing to the city, not just on this particular building that we have, but on the other ones that are going to be constructed, and in the creation of more jobs as some of our company will continue to grow, and the new company that will come and create the new jobs also here in Lawrence on the first floor, where we're going to have different businesses that will give opportunity to our young professionals. And on the construction side, we have a lot of people making money, living in Lawrence, that are not highly educated, Giovanni, but that they're growing, their family are growing, they're buying their houses here. So we'll appreciate it if you guys really consider granting us this TIF.
Thank you. Before we go to the second round of questioning, I want to give the opportunity to the Vice Chair to see if she has any comments or questions. Vice Chair.
So my only comment is, considering that you were part of the economic development meeting, and I could see how passionate based on the discussions that we're having regarding this item, I want to give you some sort of context as to where I'm standing right now with your specific item. I didn't receive the paperwork. And those that know me, I'm a counselor that I am very particular. When I don't have documents in front of me, I refuse to make decisions or be pressured to make decisions on the spot. I'm actually borrowing the documents that is from our chair in order for me to kind of be up to date as to what is being discussed. So I didn't want you to feel blindsided in regards to my non-approval of moving forward with this item for today. I wanted you to have some sort of clarity as to why I'm making the decision that I'm making once a vote is going to be called upon on this item. I think it's beautiful. I'm pro development, but again, it's very, I see a lot of information and I don't want to make a decision reading all of this on the spot and not giving myself the opportunity to propose important questions to you. So I just wanted to have you be clear as to where I stood and why.
I respect your approach and your opinion, and I can ask you to change your mind even if the paperwork is here. But it's okay. I understand.
It is a lot, and I understand the counselor's point, wanting time to review it. So to make sure that everybody has the paperwork on this committee, can you or Director McCarthy, can you send a digital copy to the committee members to make sure that everyone's on the same page, everyone has everything? I know we were providing it before, things get lost, emails, so just please resend it to us. Thank you. Counselors, any other questions or comments? And this will be the last.
Yeah.
Council President.
Yeah, one last thing before we just move on. I'm actually would like to make a motion at some point to send it to the full council as a committee report, pending the documentation, and for a specific reason. But when I get to that point, I'll explain. Well, the reason that I put in perspective, I don't want you to misunderstand what I was trying to say at the beginning when it comes to me approving TIF. When I approve TIF, I approve it for the purpose of. What I do is I look at the need of the city at that moment. And if I see that the need of the city based on data that is provided to the council and data that we have in front of us, and then I look at that situation. And that specific TIF that I was mentioning is because those jobs that were created, it was the need of the community at that point. So every TIF that I actually look into it is based on needs that is a fulfillment for the needs of the community. And it's presented through a project that is going to bring a solution for that is specific. And that's why I look at those TIF. I don't want you to get the impression or take the impression of me just approving TIF for a specific. No, those TIF that I approve is in general, because at that moment, it is the way that I see the TIF is a solution for an issue, solution for a problem. And that's the potential problem. That project going to bring a potential solution for that specific that is presented to us. Each one are individual. I wish that I can have more TIF that I can evaluate, because I'm not against TIF. I'm in favor of a potential solution, and that's why I see it. And when it comes to terms, that's something else. That's a negotiation that the city do and present it to the council. But I want to make sure like you got the true impression of how I look at this type of situation when I get presented to it.
We can negotiate.
So if the chair, I would like to make a motion, and you can definitely open it for discussion, to send it to the full council as a committee report pending the documentation. And the reason why I'm making this motion is because, yes, this item is on the Budget and Finance Committee, but it was a lack of presenting information for a specific area that I'm gonna be taking part of the responsibility. It's not you that didn't send, or McCarthy that didn't send it to us. It was potentially a fulfillment of a rule that we have, and with that, with me placing this item on this agenda, it was going to fulfill that specific portion of the rule, and potentially the documentation was not put in, and I'm gonna be taking part of the responsibility for that. So with that said, Madam Chair, I would like to.
I appreciate the clarification.
Yeah, no, I actually clarified at the beginning. I think that you were on the back.
Grabbing my water.
Well, at this point, I would like to present a motion as a committee report pending the documentation that we all going to be sending and share between committees.
Motion has been made. Is there a second? I will second the motion. Properly seconded. Any further discussion on this item
It's the committee report.
as a committee report? Councilor LaPlante.
I just want to make sure, as a courtesy to my colleague from District D, I just want to make sure, she mentioned she didn't have the documents. I mean, I'm okay with this, but I'll stand by my colleague if she wants it to be here and she wants to be able to get the documentation. Well, I'm with that. If not, I'll support support the motion as a committee report. So I don't know, I'm curious as to where my colleague stands on this. That's
Your mic is off.
No, by all means, support, if you were initially planning on supporting it, support it. Hopefully, by the time it reaches city council, I will have the documentation and I could ask, any questions that I didn't get to ask at a committee level, I'll make it at the city council level. Even though that's also something that I feel like we need to work on as a council body. I think oftentimes we're submitting things as a committee report. And I think we use the whole committee report as a scapegoat from addressing the issues that we need to address here, getting the documentation that we need to get here to make the proper recommendations. But please feel free to vote in favor if that was the route that you was gonna take. I still stand by, I feel like I'm just trying to make a statement here. In terms of me not getting documents, I'm not gonna vote in favor of it. But I know that you received it, so by all means, I'm okay with whatever you feel is the best way for you to move forward.
Thank you. Any other questions? I'm gonna call the roll. All those in favor say aye.
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 No.
Maria, can you please call the roll?
Can you provide her with that package?
Councilor President Giovanni Rodriguez,
Yes.
Councilor Vice Chair Vivian Marmol,
No.
Councilor Mark LaPlante,
no.
Councilor Chair Stephanie Infante.
Yes.
Okay, motion carries.
No, the motion fails.
Oh, yeah, you're
Motion
right.
fails. So,
That's pretty much complete.
okay, so the motion failed. So what I'm going to
Motion
ask,
failed.
I'm going to ask for a motion to retable item 7-26, a motion to table, pending that all committee members have the appropriate documentation for the next budget and finance meeting. Well, then hopefully, the full board will be prepared to take an action on it.
When do you guys meet again?
So it would be not this Wednesday, but the following Wednesday.
We've been at it since last year, but thank you.
I
I appreciate it. Thank you so
You're
much.
welcome. Can I have a motion to table item 7-26?
So moved.
Second.
Motion has been made by the chair, seconded by Councilor LaPlante. No discussion. All those in favor say aye. Aye. The ayes have it. I think someone wanted to say something. I don't know. Okay, we're good. All right, moving forward. All right. I first want to say thank you to the next person that's going to be presented. We're going to be presenting the next item because he's been here since 6 o'clock, I believe. It's almost 6:30, and he's been very patient. So the next item we have is item under new business, item 63-2026, appropriation transfer in the amount of $200,000 from free cash ARPA account, from the free cash ARPA account to Merrimack Valley Workforce Board for AI workforce training for Lawrence residents between the ages of 18 to 25. And we have the executive director of the Merrimack Valley Workforce Board.
Good
And
evening,
our
Madam Chair. Frank
former
Bonet.
and our former personnel director.
Yes. Frank Bonet, Executive Director of Mass Hire Merrimack Valley Workforce Board, also a resident of the City of Lawrence, 33 Dartmouth Street. Our offices are at 1 Union Street. I'm okay with you getting my colleague in the Lawrence Police Department if you want to take something out of order.
I'm sorry? Oh, that.
You sure it's long? Okay.
Positive.
I wasn't sure if you
yeah,
had to go back there
positive.
crime fighting, because that's
They
more
are-
important than this, you know what I'm saying?
Listen, if it was a regular budget hearing, they
They
would
would've
be
been great?
ready. They would be waiting. I just feel bad for a little bit for our couple, but couple, this is great practice for me.
Okay, so we provided each of the council members a full, thorough report, probably as thorough as I thought it could be. If you have any questions, I'll be able to answer them tonight. But we enclosed a report composed by Mass Hire for you to provide $200,000 funding from the balance fund available for free cash ARPA account number 190810-51113. And those funds are from a $400,000 currently allocated balance for the purpose of establishing a youth artificial intelligence workforce training to be administered and managed by the Workforce Board here, but only for Lawrence youth, right? Because it's Lawrence funding, right? And we've done that in the past with some other funding that the city of Lawrence has been able to get, some reentry program funding through former Dan Rivera, through Mass Hire and stuff like that. So we, on discussion with the administration of, the current administration, the mayor's office, we wanted, we thought it would be feasible to do this for youth 18 to 25. And they are more wanting to do high school students, all the high school, any high school in all the high schools here in Lawrence, right? I think we have 3 or 4 different ones. Phoenix, Lawrence High, we have some other ones as well. So anywhere between the ages of 16 and 18, but we still have funding for those 18 to 25 through some other programs we do. So we provided a one-pager to hold this in the agenda. Basically, what we want to do is deliver curriculum instructions to high school. I've been in conversation with the headmaster, Victor Caraballo, down, and he's just starting to talk about AI. So I'm not quite sure how far. I mean, I know it was a long report, and I apologize for the lengthy report if you took a long time to read. But I'm here to answer any questions so that way I don't be redundant on the report. It has a lot of data, a lot of statistics on where we're currently at, but the short version is that AI is the future. And at this moment, we don't have programs here in Lawrence for AI. I don't even think we have a list of training providers that are providing a lot of training providers that are providing AI. There are a few, and they're outside of the city, but they're willing to come in to do group training to high school students in a classroom environment, a traditional classroom environment. And it has benefits for many. It has benefits for businesses. It has benefits for the youth. It has benefits for people who want to learn AI and use it in their workforce. And it's not about writing AI. It's about how to use AI in an industry, in an occupation, or in a business, and how beneficial it can be. At this moment, there's some in the report. There's some statistics about how youth are using AI nowadays, and how parents understand AI, and what AI is being used for, and also some data that talks about how AI will be used in the future. Last year, a couple of years ago, when we created our regional blueprint for the Merrimack Valley, there were 3 industries that we believe were top-notch career path industries, right? The healthcare industry, which still is. We talked about the advanced manufacturing, which is still a little wobbly because of the present political environment and the uncertainties. But IT was our third one. IT no longer is that important because AI is about to take over IT. There's in the report, there's also, I'm not sure if I provided to you, but I do have, I'm not sure if you've heard of Anthropic. I mean, it's been all over the news this week and last week. Anthropic is the AI, they use Claude AI, and the government was using it for their benefits until the president asked for it to be used for defense and war purposes, and then Anthropic said no, and they canceled all the federal contracts, and now ChatGPT is working with the government. But the Anthropic came out with a report this week that has labor market implications on where AI, a new measure and early evidence of the top 10 jobs that will be eliminated because of AI.
I saw was it Forbes? Forbes a few months back, I want to say like 2-3 months prior, released a similar report, and I think it was like the 40 jobs that are going to be eliminated due to AI predicted.
And they're coming very quickly. Coming very quickly. The Commonwealth of Massachusetts is making arrangements as well. We're using as part of AI, because there are some restrictions in the state of allowing state offices or systems, because we use state systems, to use ChatGPT, DeepSeek, Perplexity, or any other Copilot, and so they have their own Chat GPT, which is walled off from the original chat. Anyway, so top 10 positions that are being most affected at this moment is computer programmers, customer service representative, data key entries, medical record specialists, market research analysis, sales representatives, financial and investment analysis, software, quality assurance, information security analyst, and computer. So our third occupation that we thought was going to be career path driven is being affected right now. And then, you know, I can give you this report. It's in the website, just came out, and it's about a 15-page report, but it breaks it down by demographic, education, and labor market. But the good thing about it is that it tells you what industries will be, you know, benefiting from AI in the future, and we have a lot of them here in the city. We have our December 2025 report, which was the last one to come out, because they were always about 45 days behind. We're at 6.4 unemployment. We're the highest unemployment in the state. We've always been the highest unemployment in the state. Actually, when I took over the job of Mass Hire, we brought it down to 4.1. However, the new administration, the federal government has different priorities on how they're going to go about in the workforce. And they have been laying off a lot of individuals. Federal government. Advanced manufacturing have been getting a hit because there are tariffs to the supply chain, and so a lot of people have been being laid off. So businesses are not hiring a lot, they're not laying off a lot, but it's ones and twos here and there, and mostly it affects you know, people like in the city of Lawrence. So we've gone up to 6.4. We're the least educated city in Massachusetts. I believe 15% of our residents have degrees. And we got 90,000 vehicles, right? We've heard that number.
70,000.
How many?
70,000.
70,000?
registered
I thought it was
vehicles.
more like 89, but, and then add, you know, another 25 to 30% of individuals that don't have vehicles, and you're talking about a city with at least 120,000. So census records with 89,900 is not that, I don't really take that. But anyway, we have a lot of people that could use this fund. We talked about Mass Hire has money, and there's a question in there that I answered for you. Why the city of Lawrence when Mass Hire has WIOA funds? WIOA is Workforce Innovation Opportunity Act funds that come every year. This year it has been less. The state also provides funding for our youth. This year has been less, and we're fighting, you know, our Workforce Association, Massachusetts is not fighting, but we're advocating and lobbying our representatives and state senators for more funding next year, or at least a balanced fund. So we're seeing less and less funding. What happens is with WIOA, it has very restrictions on who qualifies, income level, and most of these students who don't work and are about to graduate, actually in 2023, the Lawrence High School, 51% of the students did not go to college. 51%. That was 2023. We don't have 2024, 2025 numbers because they haven't come out. They haven't been produced. That means that 51% either went to work or stayed unemployed. And when you talk 6.4, that number is high because it's the highest number percentage-wise across Commonwealth of Massachusetts, but it's only 4,500 people out of, you know, the census number. So 51% of the students in Lawrence High School didn't go to college. They decided to enter the workforce for whatever reason. Maybe they live in an apartment with mom and dad and they need that third income to pay for rent and everything that is increasing. Maybe they have a child or a single parent and they need that. Maybe they just don't feel that college is for them. Maybe they just can't afford college. Whatever the reasons are, right? They decided not to go. So we have been working with Lawrence High School. Of course, we've always worked with the Greater Lawrence Technical Schools on everything, but to try to get individuals interested in work and then try to get them to work here in Lawrence. So the best way to do that is for us to be in the forefront of technology and provide them an opportunity for something that they may want. And so individuals that don't qualify for the WIOA funds and don't qualify for state grants, because the state grants is more like Youth Works for summer hire, just to get them working and get them used to working in a workforce environment. This is what the $200,000 would provide. Now, I also come with another question you might not ask and answer, because after I created my report and sent it to you, I found out that the Commonwealth of Massachusetts is providing free
I was
Google
going-
AI
I was
training.
I was going to mention that. Yes,
However,
Governor. Really.
However, I come prepared with answers. Yeah, hold on a minute.
I actually, if I may, Bonet, I wasn't even going to, I was actually, my comment regarding what the governor's announcement is that I think this is perfect timing for the city of Lawrence to do something like this, given that announcement.
Right.
And I was like, let me see what this is about. I signed up. I'm waiting for them. It's this whole process, confirmation and everything within 24 hours. So I haven't, it was just last night. But curious to see that.
Here's where we
And-
differ. Here's what Workforce differs from what Google AI is at, right? So the state program provides a tool. They don't provide the workforce training, right? They don't provide a structured workforce curriculum like we will be doing. They don't provide industry recognized training pathways. They won't provide employer partnership. All of this we will provide. They won't provide career placement or internships, and they don't provide local program administration. All they do is giving you the software for you to go online and take the training for free, right? So our proposal is about workforce development, not solely about software. And also the state program is a little bit broad. Ours is more local, right? We want to focus on local employer partnerships, industry-specific skills that align with us here in Lawrence, targeted outreach to Lawrence youth, and local mentorship and internship pipelines. Also, many residents, they can't access state resource without training support, and we provide training support, whether through the Career Center or the Workforce Board. There are barriers in the city of Lawrence that you would not believe. I mean, some of our biggest barriers are childcare, transportation, and the English language, right? You need to know enough English to take a test so you can get certification and licenses. That's where all the funding. We're allowed to use funding only if these training programs will get you a certification or get you a license, and then we'll place you. So there's a lack of digital literacy here in the city. We will provide that through our curriculum. Of course, language barrier, that there's a lack of mentorship and guidance, and there's no structured learning pathways. But we will provide, this is going to be a ESOL pathway support. There's going to be language structure included in the program. Workforce coaching, guided AI learning, and of course, a career pathway. So that way we can place them in jobs or industries or occupations that closely aligns to what they feel they want to do. And of course, we have career counselors, business support counselors. You just don't walk into the Career Center and say, I want to work here. We sit down, we look at your resume, we look at your background, your experience, your lack of experience, your lack of education. There's testing that's done. We won't put you in a position to fail, but we will provide you counseling that tells you, hey, this is the best place where you should be going to. This is what you like. And our program is going to actually leverage state investment as well. We're designed to deliver, this type of training because we align with the market training. We're employer engagement, we got career path, and we got other training investments. So we have WIOA funds that can pay for this, but only if they qualify. Income level, and when you look at students that don't have jobs, they have to qualify with their parents' income. So it's a family income. So that's where a lot of them fall off and don't qualify for WIOA because their mom or dad is working, and so they're above that. I think in the report there is the poverty level line
There is,
that tells you how much, and I think it's like, and that's the higher version, right? I think it's like 15 or 17, but for the Lawrence they use what they call the LLII, which is like 13,000. It's even lower, so you have to like really qualify. So the Commonwealth may provide an AI tool, but the tools alone they don't create the workforce. We are there to ensure that the residents learn the skill. We can have mentorship and career pathways, and then not only that, but support the businesses, right? Because we're placing in businesses here in Lawrence, and businesses here in Lawrence, I think only 4% in the whole United States are using AI for businesses. I don't know how many businesses in Lawrence are using AI. I'm pretty sure it's a very low number, but our regional blueprint has a list of all the industries in the Merrimack Valley. But I've done a gaps analysis only for the city of Lawrence, and I've provided that to the Economic Development Department here in the mayor's office as well. That tells you the gaps analysis for Lawrence. And in Lawrence, we have our biggest business is not pharmaceuticals, it's not green AI, it's not solar or anything like that. Although we do have some advanced manufacturing companies here like Highbridge and stuff like that. But it's hospitalities, retail. We're talking about, we just opened up providing funding. Like 3 years ago, the board took a vote to provide funding for hair salon, barber licenses, nail technicians, because we didn't think that was, well, not we, but the board didn't think that was a career path driven industry that they wanted to go in. However, seeing Lawrence, how the population of those businesses are here and how much now it costs to get a haircut or, go to the beautician or get your nails done, it's a money-making opportunity, and we just want people to work, right? We want to get this unemployment down. We want people who have some money on the thing. So, anything with license and certification, I say we take up. But those businesses don't use any AI to make their businesses better, to provide reports, to provide policy, to create, to upload an Excel spreadsheet and see how they can invest, how they can expand. And I think that our youth, are ready for that. I don't think I'm ready for it. I'm still learning, Copilot and ChatGPT and Perplexity every day. But these youth nowadays, there's some statistics that tells you how they're using AI. And mostly they're using AI for homework.
I was going to mention that I saw the chart with it, which, by the way, thank you for this report.
Yeah, that's from the Pew Project.
Double space. We oftentimes get reports
I love
that are
double
single.
space.
I'm like,
I love double space.
there's so much information.
Yeah.
But yes, I saw that, and particularly Black and Hispanic students are the ones using AI for schoolwork.
Yes.
And that, in my head, I think about if I had AI growing up, my dad was working a lot. He's the one that knew English the most aside from the kids, but within my parents. And if I had AI, that would have helped me tremendously.
Oh my God, yes.
Because you're oftentimes sitting, the students are oftentimes sitting in their room or on the kitchen counter table, and they're teaching themselves.
Right.
And until this day, some of this still occurs. They are embarrassed to ask questions during the classroom lesson because they either don't want to get bullied or, whatever the case may be. Right. So I see that, and perhaps the parents that do have some understanding of educational curriculum, they may be working 2 to 3 jobs in our community.
Yep. Yeah.
So I saw that.
And I think it's important to teach them how to use AI responsible, right?
Right.
You hear these crazy stories about how people are using AI as a partner, right? As a confidant. And I've even heard some stories not too long ago about someone committing suicide because that's what that AI told them to do. And I'm like, oh my God, you have to use it responsibly, how best to use it. So I think we need to educate our youth on that. I'm working with Victor Caravaggio, actually, I wrote to him last week. He has just begun his AI thing, so we can match whatever he has. But we also want to, target some of the other high school students here that may not have the opportunity to that, like Phoenix, and I think there's another one here, I forget the name of it, and maybe find out how we can use this Lawrence students that are going to the Greater Lawrence Tech, because we can't use it for everybody at the Tech.
Yep.
And
We're
if the
gonna start
superintendent,
we're
if the superintendent says no, if you can't give it to everyone, we're not going to have it, because it's up to him, right? If he says you can't, we can use it for all the students, then we don't want it. We can't. The funding is for Lawrence students. It's Lawrence City money, can only be used for Lawrence youth.
Right.
Yep.
Thank you.
So if you're going to Greater Lawrence Tech and you're from North Andover or Andover.
No, we get that. We got it. We got it.
But
Thank
that's
you
up to the
for
superintendent.
very
I haven't spoken to him yet. Yeah.
informative overview and very detailed overview. I actually got a chance to read some of this. I got it earlier when I came into the office earlier this week. But I do want to give the opportunity to my colleagues to ask questions or make comments on this proposal if they have any. Vice Chair?
How How many students would this, this 200,000 would cover for the
Yeah,
program?
so we want to do at least 50 students, and it's only for 1 year, right? We're not asking for 2, 3. If that's the case, that comes in next year or something, we'll come back. What we're trying to do is put an RFP out and see what businesses or training providers submit, how much they can do with the amount of funding that we have. Of course, there's some funding that will go to the training providers, but also we have case management that we have to pay some of our people in the career center, so forth, to do that, or in the workforce board, they do career path, they do case management. They're the ones every day calling students, making sure if there needs to be a stipend or some sort of payment for reaching a specific level, that's also, that would be a RFP, whoever proposes the RFP and what that amount would be.
I see that this has not been developed yet.
No, the curriculum has not been developed, but
hasn't been
however,
developed.
the state of Massachusetts, the Commonwealth, in order for you to provide training, you have to be approved by the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. They call it Training Pro. You have to submit your curriculum, they have to approve your curriculum, and then they put you on the list. And then once you're on the list, then you have to submit the curriculum to the workforce boards, whatever regional workforce boards you want to work with. We review it, and then we enter into an agreement of particular funding that we allow. If you are approved for individual training, which is getting one person, virtual training, then that's Career Center. If you are approved for group training, that's through the workforce group, because we do case management by the group. And then YouthWorks is a whole different type of state funding on that one. So,
But who is Mass Hire collaborating with to create this, to design and create this curriculum?
so the curriculum is probably already created. The training provider will submit that and say, hey, we can do. Let's say you're a training provider and you're a training provider, right? You have your curriculum and they have their curriculum. But you can say, with my curriculum, I can train 50 individuals at this current price. And you can say, well, with my curriculum, I can do 40 individuals at this particular price. It all depends on how long the curriculum is, how many weeks of training, and what's the cost. So right now, I can't tell you which curriculum we're going to use because they haven't won the bid.
So just to make sure I'm understanding the process, because I'm looking at your phases. So for phase 1, where it says 1 to 3 months.
Program development?
So it'll take 1 to 3 months in order for this RFP process to be submitted and for you guys to choose who's the company that you guys are
Right, we'll
collaborating
write the
with.
RFP up as to what we want to see.
So that'll take 1 to 3 months. Okay. So, okay.
Yep.
You answered my question in regards to that. We don't know yet who we're
Right,
working with and who we're collaborating with.
And we have to write the RFP up, right?
What does
are
your
we
RFP look like,
Exactly,
though?
what do we want in that RFP? Do we want them to do case management?
have you guys
Do we wanna
decided
do
what
ca-
you-
No, we haven't, because we don't have the funding. Once we do have the
okay.
funding, we do. And I think I put on the report that we will continue providing the city council a report. And if
Okay,
you want that
that'd be
report on a monthly basis, we could do that as well, or
I
on a
was just
quarterly
curious
basis.
as to
Yeah.
what are the criteria that
Yeah.
you guys are in particular that are requesting this funding.
I have
to
a
do
program
this.
manager who's an expert on that.
I'm curious as to what are the criteria that you guys are looking for when submitting the RFP.
And I also want to include the Lawrence High School in this, or of the other high schools, because, they're educators, so they are more intelligent as far as what they believe should be in a curriculum. Or at least in an RFP, what they want,
Okay.
Are they looking for case management alone? Are they looking for afterwards employment, placement? Are they looking for a particular certification on a particular AI program, right? Because if they want a certification, then we have to put the RFP certification in whatever it's out there that's certified.
Okay. The next question, and I'm actually super curious as to walk me through the recruitment process for these students. Is it based on a lottery, because what if you get 500
Right.
interested
No, and that's good.
teens?
Yeah, we get
So
500,
are
that's
you
great.
guys, I know the
Yeah.
income, because you talked
Right,
about the whole household size and based on the poverty line, but walk me through as to how you guys make the decision as to who gets accepted.
Right, so we're going to be working with high schools on this funding, on the $200,000. And those for individuals that don't qualify on the WIOA or any other group WIOA funding. We'll take care of those that qualify, the low incomes, the ones that are homeless, the ones that are foster kids, whatever the requirements are to get WIOA funds, we can pay with funds. And those funds are already there. I don't need approval from anyone except my signature saying you qualify, we'll get to get you this program. So we may have 500 students go. However, the WIOA funding is for everyone in the Merrimack Valley, not just Lawrence. This is only for individuals that may fall through the crack and don't qualify. So their families make just a little bit over that line or maybe a lot over that line. And so we'll work with schools to see, what the recruitment looks like. And we do it every year with our YouthWorks. We have just enough money maybe to hire 300 students through the summer and about 50 through year-round programs through YouthWorks. And it's all, based on school. We work with the schools, and they recommend who is serious that they want to go through a career path, who may not be serious, who may not work out, and things like that. Yeah.
So the school has a lot
Yeah.
of weight.
Yes,
into-
a lot of weight. Yeah, and for the most part, they have almost all the weight. Let's say 90% of the weight. And what we do is like, hey, these individuals worked last year and the year before. We want to continue because, with youth work, there is steps, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18 to 25. So there's different steps of career path. Some just come to training, some work, and then some work for a career path. We've had individuals become doctors just because we placed them to work in a hospital setting. They have 90% of say who. So when we say, hey, the applications are open, we do receive applications from here, but we do talk to the schools a lot. Yeah. And for the Merrimack Valley, we have to spread it out. So we work with high schools, with vocational schools, both here, Whittier. We work with, we got Newburyport.
But there's an application process, like students need
Yes.
to submit
Yes.
a name.
So-
An application, because
school.
there is, in order for you to get WIOA funds or Commonwealth, you have to have a Social Security, you have to be eligible, you have to be eligible to work, it doesn't, same, anything that the federal government wants to apply to a regular work applies to training funds as well.
Okay.
A resident, yeah.
All right, for now.
Other questions or comments? Councilor LaPlante?
I don't even know where to start. My head is spinning. Let's start with that, number one.
I always make head spins, I don't know why.
It's not necessarily
Too much
you.
info, too much info. I just thought it was too much
It's
info.
AI. It's because I think this technology and approach is developing so quickly that once we think that we have a handle on it, we're not going to have a handle on it. So I've got essentially 2 rounds of questions. I don't want to take a lot of time. We have police department folks you want to deal with tonight. So the first, and the capo has stepped out for a second, but I do have a question for her when she returns regarding free cash and ARPA. I've got a question regarding that.
Yeah.
You don't need to touch that.
Okay. All I know about that is there was some funds
you
that
can.
couldn't be spent for technical reasons, so it's available.
Okay.
And it was for businesses, so this will help businesses.
I'll ask
Okay.
her, so that's fine, thank you. So I'm looking at this right now. There's a lot to absorb,
Yeah.
and I will tell you that it's very, very broad. There's not, although it's detailed, there's not a lot of detail, if you can see where I'm coming from. There's not a lot of facts, specifics regarding what the outcomes are going to be. It talks about things, whatever. I just had a chance just to quickly go over it. So, knowing very little about AI, trying to be a student like our chair is on trying to be more informed about what the possibilities are, I just don't know. I mean, what I would love to ask you is for a case study. Give me, and I don't think you can because you haven't developed the curriculum yet. And nothing's happened.
Brand new for us, exactly.
And so it's almost like we're asking to write a blank check because we don't know what the outcome is going to be. You have a ballpark kind of sort of, we need it, it's important, kids are using it now, but we're not doing as much as we can be and we think we need to do more.
And
But I
business,
think-
and business
but-
is not using it.
But I think the goalposts are moving constantly, and I don't even know if the experts that come in are going to be experts the next day because it happens so quickly.
Right.
So so my mind is spinning. I think I'll say positively.
I get you, yeah.
Positively, I think the attempt at what we're trying to do, I think, makes some sense to me. That we have an understanding that this is underutilized, that we have an understanding this is the trend of our society, of our communities, and that if we're going to be successful, we need to know how to, if we can control it, navigate it, maybe that's a better word, manage it, maybe that's a better word. I don't think we're going to be able to control it, manage it, and so to work to the purposes that we want. But I just don't know what that means for the high school student at Lawrence High or wherever they're from, saying, if you take this class, at the end of the day, you're going to be more marketable. I don't know if I can get from point A, which is, if you take this class, to B, you'll be more marketable at the end. I just don't know if I can see that timeline.
Right. No, I understand. Let me just say that in every program that we have, whether it's adults, youth, or dislocated workers,
Let's focus on the youth because this is what
Yeah,
this is about.
yeah,
We want to
let's
focus
talk
just
about
on
the
this.
youth.
All right.
Well, for every statistic, we brief our planning committee every month. We go down the numbers, and on the annual plan, we always make a number of what we call exit interviews or exits. Negative exits. We call them negative exits. And those are individuals that may go through a program and then decide to not fully complete it, or they don't get placed on a job, right? Because what happens is the funding that we do, we follow it from the front all the way to a job placement and then a year after job placement. So we do make some percentage-wise on the numbers of what we don't think we're going to place, and we hope that we don't reach it. In the last few years, we've reached those numbers by 2 or 3% above board, but we do follow. We don't just train and that's it. We don't just place and that's it. We ensure that we train, we place, and we case management for all up to a year. So that way we know where you were placed at, what revenue you bring into the city, how much, actually I have a breakdown and I can provide to you how much AI, just doing 50 individuals a year, will bring in revenue to the city of Lawrence. I think that more is what you
We
would
have
look
in
at.
this document a return for investments, or ROIs, as you said, aggressive and non-aggressive, or whatever, however you categorize it. I just took a.
But that was a
couple of notes on it.
small thing. I have a bigger number about how it affects revenues as far as taxes, housing, and everything else, restaurant, businesses, and it's in the millions. It's in the millions.
Yeah, and we can spend, just because this is so fascinating, I think even my colleagues are fascinated by it. We have one who decides she wants to take more class. We've got somebody else who's like, I just want to find out more about it. So clearly we all want to know more about it. So, but I'm going to try to curb my enthusiasm tonight on this, to use a television phrase, and just see, you mentioned in our city the businesses that you sort of kind of said, this is not really want to go, but the people in the city say, yeah, we want the bodegas, the hair salons, the money organization, whatever we've got going on in our city. So tell me how, if we're saying, okay, this is what Lawrence is, this is where our folks want to do business, and so we're going to support that, and we're going to be the best haircut people in the world right here in Lawrence, right? We're going to be the best, the beauty salons. Tell me, if we have this program with AI, how when I get my haircut
AI is going to help.
on Essex Street, that I'm going to have a better haircut, that it's going to be more profitable because of AI, because that's the direction we're going in our city. Help me understand that.
So maybe not for the consumer itself that's going in to get a haircut, but for the business itself, right? If we put an individual into that hair salon or into that barber shop, AI can provide a strategy to provide more businesses, how to make their business more welcoming. They could upload, maybe they're working their accounting or the books for that particular company, and they could upload those books into AI and give it some textual type report instead of numbers, where they can make it better, where they look like they're losing. I mean, I've done that with Excel spreadsheets and just uploaded. It's given me, how I could break down my budget for this budget that you see there was created with AI. I'm like, listen, I want to put 50 individuals through this program at 200,000, assuming that the RFP as of this month, what would be a breakdown?
How
So
much
that's-
training? How much training did that take you, Mr. Bonet, for you to figure that out?
Well,
You're spending. We're
yeah,
going to
no,
make
I-
$200,000.
Yeah, no, I've been
You
taking
probably
tra-
you probably sat in front of your computer, put something in Chat GT, give them break
Yeah,
me
no,
that money down
no,
on
I've been
something.
taking, no, we have training in our,
Okay.
my people have been taking training with AI because the state, started restricting us. We were using DeepSeek and they restricted DeepSeek, and then we started choosing to use ChatGPT. We have our own in-house training for our employees, our staff inside. Yeah,
All right, I'm not going to get. And I want to cut this as short
but
as
I'm
possible.
not an expert. I tell you, I learn every day.
No,
Every day I'm
so
learning.
since
Yeah.
the CAFO is not here, do you understand where this account is coming from? This $200,000 free cash ARPA account. Now, I understand the ARPA account. I understand where that money came from. Most of that money went through our beloved schools and police station, and then we had a bunch of other monies going toward nonprofits, et cetera. So now I'm wondering, where is this $200,000 from free cash / the ARPA account?
Yeah,
Do
so
you
from
think
what
about
I
it?
understood, and I'm not, and like I said, I hope the CAFO comes back, but what I understood, there's $400,000 that was currently allocated for something at one point. And I want to say, and no, maybe I'm wrong, but correct me if I'm not, if you think, I think it had to do with the Latino Chamber of Commerce or something like that, Lawrence or something. There was some monies that they couldn't spend for technical reasons. And so that, I believe that's where it's coming from. But I wouldn't know for sure. This is what I
The capo is here. Can I just interrupt? I'm going to take you off. Capo,
Yeah,
can you please?
definitely.
I'm
Yeah.
sorry. I've been waiting for you.
Yeah. But listen, this is
That's all right, listen.
This is better than a TIF.
This is, and he walks away after he says that. So this is the free cash ARPA account, $200,000. Remind me again. The ARPA accounts I thought were for the schools and for the police department and then for some of the nonprofits. And so tell me,
Yes,
this
so it's my
one.
understanding,
what
this is the funds from the Federación Hispana. This is coming from that fund.
What?
Federación Hispana de Comerciantes.
Okay, thank you. Now that makes sense to me. Okay.
There was originally
Now-
400,000, this
That's
is
right.
200,000.
Now, remind me again, there were certain rules, and this is what was kind of funky about this whole thing, right? That it was supposed to be I think it was was it a reimbursement? Is that what we were doing back in the original cuts?
Yes, so every institution had 2 years to use the funds, and it was on
Yes.
a reimbursement basis.
And a reimbursement basis. And so are those rules applicable here?
Well, I'm not sure what happened. These funds were never handed to the organization, so they stayed in the.
But my point here is that I want to be consistent. That was highly controversial, highly contentious, as I recall.
Yes.
Because it seemed like the rules either could be changing or have changed, and there was, and this is all coming back to me a little bit. When we first brought this out, everybody in the city who was going to consider being an applicant knew the rules. And the rules were you give us the proposal, you show us where the money is, you spend the money, and you have so much time to do that. Then if you check all those boxes off, we will then take this ARPA money and reimburse you. In this particular case, something didn't happen like it was supposed to, and the money was never spent. So now we have $200,000. So I'm just wondering, what I want to do, I don't want to go too far out in front of this because I want to be able to think it through, but it makes sense to me that we continue to use those same rules, that we change it, because that's what got us in trouble, I think. So the rules are, or were, hey, workforce development, WIB, you go ahead and you spend this money, you showcase that you can do this, and then we will reimburse you the $200,000 or whatever it is. Why is this what we're not doing that? We're saying $200,000, you start it off, which seems to be a little different than the earlier rules, which is a concern to me. But if you could talk me off the ledge, I'd listen.
To be honest with you, I was not part of this recommendation. I was not involved in the decision.
Okay, well, that's a problem. That's a problem. And that actually, now that I'm questioning whether we should move forward on this. from the committee level. Because we are talking about, well, this one, from my recollection, just a few months ago, we were still discussing these funds for the Federación and what was going on, because they're two completely different stories out right now. And it was retabled because I forgot to invite, well, to ask our secretary to make a note to invite the city attorney to refer back to prior meetings on this. Councilor Plans is asking whether or not those requirements are still intact, and we have the person that should know, our CAFO, in front of us, not being involved in these type of discussions. So I was all for it, and now I'm like pumping the brakes. And that's all I'm gonna say on that.
So thank you. So that's my question. I haven't figured out where I am. You can probably think where I'm leaning. This is all new information to me, so I'm kind of making decisions as we fly here based on what I'm hearing. I fundamentally don't. The underlying purpose, I'm intrigued by. I don't know if I'm sold, but I'm intrigued by, just because I don't know enough, and it seems like we're writing this is probably a poor expression right now because we're talking about money. We're writing a blank check for a program that has not been developed. It's unusual. We typically, when we get things, we have a better, usually, and I'm not saying, I'm sure we could pull something else out, where we have, okay, you're going to spend this money on such and such, and this is what you're going to get. Now, Mr. Bonet, I have no problems with his approach. He has his organization. He just described how he sets it up and how they do these things and how they review it, and he's his whole process, which I believe is very, very good. I don't have a problem with that. But when I ask, where we're spending the government money, what I will typically ask is, well, I want to know how that money is being spent. In this particular case, I don't know how that money is being spent. So there's two things that are kind of like, but part of the challenge that I'm not like, part of it's because AI is so amorphous. You can't put your arms around it. It's constantly growing and it's going in different directions. And just when you think you have a handle on it, it's generative, which means it adapts on its own on part of it, right? It's two parts of AI as I understand it. So part of it says its own thing and it learns from its mistakes in itself. And the other part is another part that I think this is what we're dealing with on this side. I forget what they call this other side of it. But as a policymaker, I see the importance of it. But I don't know how we get to, how I just write that check and say, give us something, and I don't know what that something is. I'm going to talk to the police department about a grant. I want to know how many opioid overdoses. I want to know, give me a number. How much are we doing? And I'm going to get a number. I'm going to say, okay, this is what we're doing. This is our goal. Okay, I can see that. If you don't meet that goal, okay, well, what went wrong? I can't do that here. Anyway, and then, of course, this whole thing about ARPA. So that's my concern.
Thank you.
I'm done.
Thank you.
Just on the record.
Yeah.
I didn't know anything about
It's okay. You're not the only one. So I think
I'm fine if you want to table it and
That's-
find further information.
that's-
There's no rush on this one.
that's where I'm leaning towards as the chair to recommend to the committee. I think Councilor Plant asked, not that I know he asked some important questions that we don't have the answers to. We don't even have the answers to. And
I
it's
apologize.
important that the CAFO has the
I-
answers, because you're here in front of us representing the finances of our city overall. So you're here, but I want the record to show that we're asking the CAFO to come back to this committee with answers to the questions that Councilor Plant asked. Are there any additional questions that the CAFO should go back to investigate for our next meeting? See, Vice Chair.
Not necessarily a question. I'm just trying to make sure that I'm in the same page as everybody else, because I feel like these funds, where they originated from, or initially what the purpose it was intended for. So this, I want to make sure that I'm clear. The 200K was originally intended for the Federación, but because it's just
So it's my understanding they
There's
got
been like a tit for
400,000.
tat.
Right. They
And
got
because of the tit for
400,000.
tat, there's a new direction of where these funds should be directed to.
That's my understanding.
Okay. I guess my sentiments when it comes to this is, and I don't know if you guys agree with me, if you guys had the same experience as me, but there was other funds that we approved for small businesses.
Yes.
And to me, that was a show, you know? It was a show. It was it was problematic. This council body approved it with the best intentions, to thinking that, and maybe it did work for a lot of these businesses, but I know that upon the release of the list of the businesses that received these funds, it raised a lot of eyebrows. It raised even more questions than when we asked initially when it came before us for approval. So I guess just to tie everything together, where I stand with this, and again, maybe it's a matter of me receiving additional information to educate myself a little bit more in order to make a more seasoned decision. But the way I feel is, because of that experience, and given the 200K and what it's intended for, and I agree with you, there's a lot of like questions because of the fact that this hasn't been developed. So I'm not sure if it's a requirement in order for Mass Hire to receive approval from us first to then move forward with an RFP process, or could they do that first and then come before us to request funding approval for this once it's been acquired, the curriculum. I feel that I'm okay if this money is just sitting there and the administration feels like he wants to have total control as to how these funds should be allocated, and the city council cannot come to an agreement with that, and therefore this $200,000 is just sitting there, I feel okay with the fact that it would be directed to a good cause, which is for the youth. And if at a later point in time, there's $200,000 that we could, once the city council and the administration we could get it together in terms of how these funds would be directed and allocated to small businesses, then we'll cross that bridge when we get there. But that's how I'm feeling based on how I'm seeing everything. If I'm not educated enough and there's certain pieces of information that I do not have and I'm seeing this all wrong, then by all means, I'm willing to find out more.
If I may answer one of your questions. We are a city department or city employee, considered city employees, working with state and federal funds. So our funds work the same way your funds work. You get funds from the state. And what do you do when you get the funds? The state, the Commonwealth doesn't say, well, give me an RFP first for your trash, and then I'll give you the money. You know what I'm saying? They give you the money, and then the DPW comes out with an RFP of what they want, and the money's already there. So it's just like us. We first receive the money, then we go for RFP for the services that we want, or the services that are discussed upon the high school, the workforce, the career counselors of what's best going forward. So how many individuals, count, curriculum, and things like that. Well, just want to let you know.
Don't leave, Madam Chair,
Yeah.
though? Okay. This curriculum, is it designed that once training is done, is there a pipeline for these students to be in the workforce for companies that are local? Because I'm trying to...
That is our intent. Our intent is for Lawrence students, but more importantly for Lawrence business, right? To help the businesses, and that's why I think maybe why the administration chose this fund line item, I'm not quite sure, with the Federación, but it was to help businesses as well, to try to get these individuals as they graduate. And we're trying to maybe get those individuals that are graduating soon, that are not going to college, so that way we can place them into the workforce. I think that maybe answers one of your questions, how do you select individuals? We wouldn't want to, certify or license someone that may not go into the workforce immediately, Our
But
mission
is
is
the
to.
intention for them to work in the city? Because like,
You
how
can't-
we've
you can't-
identified
yes, so-
how many businesses
right.
in the city of Lawrence are within the AI field?
So that's a good thing. They don't know that they're within the AI field. These businesses may not know it, and this is where the student comes in, right? And say, what we do is we match them with employers, and before we do that, we just don't throw them into an employer and say, see if AI works. We first have we have a list of employees that we work throughout the city that we match individuals to work summer or throughout the year. But they also do other things. They do hire individuals who get certified and licensed through WIOA programs in the Career Center. And because we have a good relationship with these employers, they do get them to work. And so that's what we do. First, we go to the employers and we talk about how AI may help their business grow, how they can make it easier if they have someone with that skill to come in. Just like, and that's our mission. Our mission is two. One, to put people to work, but more importantly, for the economic of the region of the Merrimack Valley to make sure that businesses stay here. So how do we do that? We fill in those vacancies that are hard to fill or hard to place by certified and licensed individuals. One of the ones that we're doing, one of the barriers that we have, and just to give you a perfect example, one of the barriers is childcare providers. So what do? We use money to go for our RFP. It was a group youth money to go for RFP to try to get someone who would license individuals or provide all the training necessary, including the license for child care provider, because you have to have a license to do that. And then we would place them to work in child care providers within the city or in the Merrimack Valley, wherever they want. It was Merrimack Valley because it's Merrimack Valley money. But in this case, it would be something like only businesses in Lawrence. So that's what the pilot is here for. Lawrence students for Lawrence businesses. Yeah.
All right, so I'm going to end the discussion here. I think it's perfect timing. CAFO, you have the questions that were asked in case this does get referred to full council and it doesn't stay here. Please have those answers ready for the full council. And I will, at this point, entertain a motion for this item.
I'd like to make a motion to table.
There's a motion to table. Is there a second?
I'll second that.
There is a second. So there is a second. No discussion on tabled motion. All those in favor say aye. Aye, and the ayes have it. Thank you. All right. Thank you, Lore.
Thank you for being understanding.
I'm sure you missed it.
Fooling me.
All right. On to my favorite portion of the night. Yes. To get. Where did my I'm trying to hit my agenda. I'm sorry, I have it here. All right. Now, last item of the night, we have item 78-26, year-to-date budget review for the police department, and we have our CAFO here with us tonight. CAFO and our police department, we have our police chief, I'm sorry? Oh, yes, can we do a quick 2-minute recess? Can I have a motion for a 2-minute recess? Second, all those in favor say aye. Aye, and the ayes have it. Can I have a motion to come back from recess?
So move.
Motion has been made by the Vice Chair, seconded by Counselor LaPlante. Yeah, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye, the ayes have it, all right. CAFL. So, before, I'm gonna reiterate what I mentioned last meeting, full council meeting. The CAFL and I met the day of my birthday.
Yes.
To go over what the budget season's going to, well, I had to come in anyways to meet with the mayor, so I just like, let me just get it all over with. And we went over the budget process last year, budget process previous years, and we thought something like this may be beneficial. I also asked the CAFL to send a workable spreadsheet. I know we have the paper version as well, but in case anybody wanted that Excel sheet, we do have that as well. And I also asked committee members that if they had any questions prior to the meeting to go directly to you, but to CC the chair so that I could have the record of the questions prior to the meeting, and to include them in the formal budget hearing process, which I did note, if any counselor did have questions, to please just refer it to me and the CAFL due to open meeting laws, which we did have one counselor, and it was Counselor LaPlante, who submitted questions prior for this meeting. So with that being said, I am now going to open it up for you. You're welcome, an intro, and we'll get the ball rolling.
Yes, so this is a good opportunity for the major departments within the city to be able to explain the operations, how the financials going, now that we're 7 months or 8 months into the budget. So basically, the format that you have in front of you is the same format we have for our budget reports. You're familiar with that. This has a little more information in terms of the columns. So the first column, it's the original budget for FY26. The revised budget, just so that you don't get confused, it includes previous year's purchase orders or requisitions that move forward that are not spent in the year that they are created. Mm-hmm. The next column is your last year actual. It's a good comparison to see what was spent the year before in total. Then the fourth column from the left is the actual. Then you have encumbrances, which are existing POs, and then requisitions are requisitions that are not yet converted to a PO. Then the last column before the percentage is the available budget. It's basically taking your actual compared to the revised budget, because the revised budget has the carry forward from previous years. So then the available budget is what you have still available. And then the last column is the percentage of the budget used. Then this is broken down by the divisions of the department. The first one is the police administration, and that department only has personal services. Then you have the police operations that has more of the different categories. It has the personal services, the purchase of services, professional service, supplies, other charges, and capital outlay. And the last department is the animal control department or group within the police department. I will pass this to the police department. If you have specific questions, I do have my laptop if you need more details that I can go in and check.
I do have one question before we start this. Mm-hmm. Just something that I noticed tonight. Luckily, we have this copy. I did not work off of the physical copies that you provided. I worked off the Excel spreadsheet. Mm-hmm. But I did notice just 2 minutes ago, under the grants, police detail, in the workable spreadsheet is, the amount is $321,443.44. But on the physical copy, it shows a number of $582,761.44. So I quickly did a cross-reference to ensure that the numbers were, everything else seems fine, but there's a discrepancy there. So which one is the actual number?
This was a screenshot of a specific time. Okay. It depends on when the report was run. The report, I'm not sure what you're looking at, and I apologize. I have the 582,000. That's the report I have, which is what I believe I forwarded to the
So
council.
It says the same, as of February 26, 2026, the Excel sheet says the same thing, but for whatever reason, that particular line, when I downloaded it, I guess it's different from,
The only thing I can think of, it was updated to a more, because this is back when we sent the original report was February 26. So that line item specifically, it's very up to date in terms of the police detail, monies received, monies spent. So maybe it got updated, because this is more like this report is a pivot table based from the download from Munis the night before a backup. So that's the only thing I can think of, but basically that number, what that number represents is the amount of money spent versus the amount of money received. So that's an account that has a lot of activity.
right, okay,
The
so,
detail account.
but the accurate number to date is that 500,000 number.
As of when I ran the report, February
Okay.
26 was the 500,000 number, yes.
Okay, thank you. All right, I know I have questions, but I'm going to start off with my colleagues first. Do you have questions or comments pertaining to the year-to-date police department annual budget? To ask either the chief, we have our director of grants here, and the director of police IT. Okay, so I have the title right. All right, here with us this evening. If you're not ready, you're ready? All right, go ahead, Councilor Plant. I was gonna say, but if you're not ready yet, I'll dive into my questions.
I just want to let you know that
I'm sorry.
I have an hour, so I'm gonna just, we could go till midnight, but we're not, because I'm leaving at 10, so that's just, that's. I sent us, did you get, I know the chief and the capo, you got my questions as well. So they're bigger questions, and I think what I'm looking for is the big questions, and then you can identify where in the budget those resources are coming to answer the questions that we have, right? So, and this is macro questions. I'm not, I used to be the guy that used to want to know, it said $5.26, but I see $5.24. I used to be that guy. I'm not that guy anymore. So I'm more of a kind of a big picture kind of guy. So, the first question deals with whoever, there's the new police headquarters. And what kind of impact is that new headquarters having either on the current budget and the budget going forward? Are we going retro or are we going forward on this, Madam Chair, on these questions? Okay. All right, so I throw that out to you. So I'm really curious as to what is the impact on the new station as it impacts our budget?
Well, it's certainly going to impact the budget. Good evening, first of all,
Name
to all.
and address for the record.
Maurice Aguilar, 90 Lowell Street, Lawrence. It certainly is going to, impact the budget in ways that we've outlined with the proposed request, with the increase. You have to understand that we're going, from a very small building now to a larger building, which, over 50,000 square feet, or whatever the case may be. And with that comes increases in utilities and increases in the overall, on the overhead expenditures of the department. So at this point, I know that Director Shepard is conducting very extensive research relative to what we anticipate our utilities are going to look like. We have to offset that with some of the also, and compare it with some of the expectations of the offset, because as you know, this building is also going to have solar panels and the like, and we just don't know exactly what the exact number of either reduction or cost is going to be in that regard. So we're fine tuning that to get as precise, obviously, as we can. But with the building as well as a smart building, and what that means is, there are certain technological, upgrades, if you will, that are required, for operations and the needs for operations. So there is going to be an increase. The short answer is there's going to be an increase insofar as the need overhead and maintenance of the building.
That's what we're looking for. So when you say need, so we're looking at purchase of services? Is that what we're looking at as far as where the cost, we're gonna see greater costs coming in? And it's not applicable now because it hasn't opened up. So we're talking, we're projecting until next year. By the way, when is that building gonna be occupied and
So
utilized?
the anticipated date, we're gonna get the keys, God willing, is April 24th, and that is what
That's
they're
coming
projecting.
fast. That's okay.
That is coming very fast, and as you can imagine, there are a lot of things that are moving, a lot of moving parts to this. So we're staying ahead of it and preparing for that move, which in and of itself is going to be huge.
It doesn't sound like you know. So I'm going to move on because I've got a lot of questions. I don't want to spend too much time. I'm really trying to delve deep if we can, based on the question. So if you don't know, and I'm okay with that, you don't know it's going to cost us money or it's going to save us money, and because there's variables that you haven't explained yet as to why that is. But when are you going to be able to get that projection? When will you know if this is going to be a net savings or a net expenditure?
Well, with regards to the utilities, we should know very shortly, within a week or two. But insofar as what we anticipate for expenditure increases, that's all outlined in the department budget request. And that goes line by line relative to salaries.
Talking about the building, just the building right now.
Yeah, just the building in and of itself, repair and maintenance of the building. We anticipate a $29,000 increase on that.
Okay.
Electricity, $10,000 increase, water, sewage, and the like. So these utilities that I just referenced have been referenced within the budget request. So it's not that we don't know. We can get an educated guess, if you will, as to what that's going to cost us. And I guarantee you we're going to be very much in the ballpark. The only thing that is unknown is the actual savings that we anticipate from the solar panels and the like. That's the only thing.
CAFA, one quick question again. I'm so sorry. The second column, the revised budget, that's a 2027 budget?
No, we're still in the actual 26.
So everything on here is the current budget. We have, not the next budget, it's not on there. Okay, thank you. All right, so I'm gonna throw that to the side right now because we really don't know. Next. In my email to you, it was kind of flippant, and I apologize. What's the police department's goal? I know, less crime, right? I know that's the answer, but that's not good enough. So, but I want to drill down a little bit. So one of the things that I think is the way that you look at it is retaining police officers and training police officers. So I want to know how we're doing with personnel, with retention, because here's what your predecessor said to us and to me. You give us this salary, and the union said this, we're going to measure up with other municipalities. We are not going to lose folks to the Andovers or the Lowells or wherever the heck else they're going to, other communities. So I don't know if that's true. So every time we have to bring someone new on board, that's costing us money, a lot of money. So help me understand. What's our retention? What are we doing? Are we at full budget? Where are we on the numbers on personnel?
So, these are all, actually, that's a great question. Relative to retention, we have, since I've taken over, we have 100% retention. There hasn't been a single police officer that has left.
So how long has that been now, Chief?
And that's now, I'm on my 9th month now.
No one's left in 9 months?
No one's left in 9 months.
Retirements, I'm thinking, but no one's moved over.
Not retirement,
Gotcha.
through attrition in that regard, but no one has left the department.
Okay.
As a matter of fact, it's the other way around. We've had an increased interest in the department. Compared to 2024, we had 13 officers successfully complete the academy and the FTO program. When you look at 2024, there was only 1 officer. So you consider that, and statistically speaking, that's a 1,200% increase with regards to hiring. And retention, 100% retention in that regard. In order to save money, because remember, and this goes to the overtime, issue as well, we're about 24, 25 officers short as we speak, understaffed as we speak. That adds to the overtime issue. But insofar as saving money and what we're doing to address that issue, we've increased our presence on social media. We've increased our messaging out there as well. I'm right now speaking to approximately 3 candidates, one out of Lowell, and one a return from Lawrence as well. And we just hired an officer who started Monday, Officer Estrella. These are all academy-trained officers. This is going to save us on academy training. This is going to shorten the time that we put them out on the streets. So we're using various tactics and strategies in order to save money, bring more people in, and finally get us up to what is, I think, not arguably, the 200, police officers that should be.
Show me in the book where the training is.
Where what?
Training. Where is the money that we're saving under police? I'm guessing it's police administration. Maybe not. Maybe it's personal. Wherever it is, police operations. Where are we saving money? There's a training line that reflects the fact that we maybe put some money in, but we're not spending it because we're doing such a great job in retention.
No, that would not be training. That would not be training. I think that the money on that would be more impacted on the overtime.
So help me out. So when we send someone to the academy, who's paying for that?
We are.
Of course we are.
Yes, yeah.
Where's that coming from? We're not sending anybody.
That's personnel. I mean,
okay.
Yeah.
Under personnel, but under where?
So I'm not sure I understand your question, but if you're a little bit more specific, we can get to. Are you looking for the line item?
Under the operations.
So this is a success. I want to
It
paint
would
this
be
as a-
where,
yeah.
Capo?
Under police operations,
Yeah.
we would pay the police, are you talking about police recruits?
Yes,
what you're
for the
saying?
training.
Yes, so it will be under police operations, personal services.
Okay, and I hate to go down to the sub-object line number. Which number would that be?
That would be 51.
51 what?
So 51 is the personal services, so it
Right.
includes salary, it includes overtime, holiday pay,
So
whatever
you
they get.
commingled it into that? There's no spent line that says police academy? We're sending somebody over for training for the police academy? There's no line for that?
I believe Director Shepard may have some input. Director?
Oh, here we go.
You have some input on that?
All right.
Good evening, City Council. Rosa Shepard, Director of Support Service at the Lawrence Police Department. Are you asking for the new recruits or the officers?
So understand the question, and and it's me, it's not you. I'm looking at is we're saving money. In times past, we've lost folks. We had to bring people in. We've lost folks to other departments. We had to bring people in, and when we bring people in, we've had to increase our recruit numbers. And there's money that had to be spent for the recruiting numbers. The chief just said he's not bringing any. We're not losing anybody. So the folks, as a matter of fact, the people that he's bringing in are coming from the academy. And yeah, we're always going to have to. There's always going to be retirement. We're backfilling, of course. But if we typically lost in the course of a year 5 police officers, I don't know. I'm just throwing a number out to Worcester or you name the place. We'd have to backfill that. So now we don't have to, because we're keeping the officers, we don't have to recruit more in. So there's a savings. Typically we would lose 5. Now we're not losing 5. We're keeping 5. So where's the savings for that 5? I'm just throwing it, I don't know if it's 5, but is the question clear?
I don't believe, I'm following you. I don't believe we are saving, but if I'm hearing you correctly,
Yeah.
Counselor, because we're still not at full capacity officer-wise. So we still have those 24, 25. So even though we're not losing, we still have those openings, so.
But if we have 25, we would have 31 if we didn't retain our folks. There's 5 spots that we're not losing. I don't know if the number's right, but we're lessening the bleeding. We're not bleeding as much because we're keeping them. And if we're budgeting for the blood, for the 5 that we're going to typically lose every year, and then normal attrition, retirements, I guess, there's got to be, I would think there's a cost savings there. And if there isn't, that's fine too. I would think that there is.
Well, if it is for the new recruits, we do have the staffing grant that pays for the recruits
Okay.
while the academy for the first 6 months, and then for the rest of the year, 50% comes out of the police department and 50% comes out of the salary once they become a police officer. It comes from the staffing grant. So kind of the staffing grant pay for the first year of the recruits, for the new recruits once they're at the academy, and after they graduate, 50% comes out of the police department, the 50% comes out of the staffing grant.
Okay. This is going to be harder than I expected.
So
Can I ask you one more question? we're looking at this budget. Does this, inside this budget, does it also have these other outside grant fundings? This is strictly city, okay.
No, so the first page is general fund budget, which is what you voted on.
Yep.
The second page, which
Is
is what
grants.
the chairman
Yeah.
referred before, it's the grants.
The second
So
page
the
is the
second,
grants.
so yeah, the second page physically, and then the second tab on the work on the.
Yes.
And I figured out it was
Okay,
an
thank you.
error on my end with the number.
Oh,
I
okay.
accidentally copied and, I don't know what I did when I was doing my work here. I accidentally
Okay.
copied and pasted, so everything else is fine.
Okay,
Just-
that's good.
I figured
That's
out.
good.
These
All
are
right,
the
we're gonna move on,
grants,
just because we could just get caught up in this
yeah. Okay.
thing. So, one of the biggest issues that the people that I represent, and I suspect maybe others as well, face are quality of life issues. It's not so much, even though it's a problem, drugs, it's a problem, right? There's other things as well that are significant problems that the FBI monitors. I'm not gonna go through them all because it's way more important than some of this music that's really loud. It's way more important. But you know what drives the people out of the city? It's not one of those FBI crime stats. It's quality of life. It's the speeding on the roads. It's the loud music it's the mufflers. It's the whatever. That is the stuff for working families who are trying to get things done, who have got a baby at their house, and they've got all this stuff going on that's driving them crazy. Or if you're a senior citizen and you just want a peace of quiet, these are the things that make people pull their hair out and say, I can't stand living in our city anymore. It's driving me crazy because I can't do it. That's the stuff. It's not the FBI crime stats. Even though those are important. Clearly, they're important. I don't want to say what they are because it'll make my argument look ridiculous. But tell me where the money is that really is going to impact the quality of life of our residents. Where is that? Can we monetize that at all and say, yeah, we're putting this much money into the kinds of things I just mentioned that are really important to our residents?
I think yes and no. I think, Counselor, that we're in a very good position where we can now start to concentrate on quality of life issues as opposed to the murders that we had, the gang activity that we had, the drug activity that we had, the robberies that we had, and the like, crime. And so for us now, it really is a positive step to start thinking about now, the crime is not an issue as much as now quality of life. I think it's a beautiful transition, and it is progress in a very weird kind of way. Relative to any standard of living, we can't monetize that. Standard of living is obviously a subjective basis, but we do and can and will attack it. Money, to the extent that we can monetize standard of living or any operations to address standard of living, that's going to be done through citations. We finally have now this district attorney's office who's on board with us and has actually provided some sort of teeth to our noise ordinance. I've also conducted the CAD system as far as how we're going to approach this. I've said this before, and I've kind of warned the residents in a couple of radio shows, and we're going to do a little bit more insofar as Facebook and social media to advise our residents. I'm coming in with a zero tolerance approach this spring and this summer. We're done going to a house 2-3 times about the music. That's over. That's ridiculous.
And we saw, apologies for cutting you off, Chief, but because I was part of the ordinance committee for a very short amount of time yesterday for an item I had, but I was able to log in right when Captain Montas was proposing the modification to the noise ordinance. And that is something that he has been trying to accomplish for the last 2 years that got minimal support, in my opinion, within the department. But hearing you now say that now there's more flexibility to start focusing on quality of life issues. That's probably why it is now before the council. But I believe now that's also part of your zero tolerance. So what I heard yesterday from the ordinance committee was that we have this system in place. Not only are you guys going to residents' homes multiple times, but you give them a fee or citation, and there isn't it's not enforceable.
It's not enforceable.
So now it is before the city council to make it enforceable, and I think it's a beautiful thing. One of our secretaries from the ordinance committee taking notes yesterday lives in my district, and she provided a real life example that we had to deal with last summer. And one of her neighbors sent me like 12 copies, screenshots of like of 12 times that he reached out to the police department to report this. And ultimately, most residents know that there's only so much you can do, but now we're trying to fix that. And I think that is where the budget comes from. Now, I don't know where the money of these citations are going to go towards, but at least there's a monetary component now if the modification to the ordinance gets approved next week.
That is correct. And so, so there's going to be incomes, there's going to be some residual income for that. Now, granted, the objective here is not income, obviously. The objective here is to raise the standard of living and to bring some of the people who, quite frankly, and I'll say it quite frankly, just do not have any consideration for their neighbors, no consideration for our ordinances, our rules, our standard of living. You know what I mean? That stuff is going to stop. We're done with going to a house 2-3 times, like I told you. Now it's money fine. But now we have the district attorney. Now we have ordinances that there are going to be consequences. And that in and of itself is going to generate money. Now, with regards to the vehicles and the like, I'm going to ask for help. I'm going to have a zero tolerance week. I'm going to have the state police in here. You're going to see a lot of people getting pulled over. Every minor infraction that we can, they will be cited. Because there's only so much advising that you could do. And people, I think, have misconstrued that throughout the years, that somehow it's soft. Well, we've got the ordinance. We have the support. We have the system now. And now we execute on that system. That is how we're going to attack the standard of living. And so far as monetization is concerned, it's the income that's produced by those citations.
So the point is more about, so this is more about expenditures. When we're talking about budgets, this is not the revenue side of the budget. This is the expenditure side of the budget that we have in front of us. So we can certainly, I don't know if we have bogeys on that. We don't have that in front of us. That would be actually, Madam Chair, that would be interesting as well. There are places inside the revenue portion of the budget that is that the police have some jurisdiction over. Yeah. That would be interesting to get, that I don't think was provided. But anyway, and this, by the way, Madam Chair, I think this is a very good idea. Kudos to you for doing this. I just want to say that publicly. I think this is, I've never seen this happen before. This might work, so I'm glad that we're testing it out and see if it works. So good for you.
I got a nod from the CAFO pertaining to your request or your suggestion, so she said that she can provide that.
Okay, all right, moving on. So I just want to know where the money's coming from for that, but it's the idea. Give me a second, I just lost my screen. All right. Greater greater efficiencies within the department. What did you do in this past year? And I guess, what are you doing in the upcoming year? Where did you save money this past year? What did you do, and did it succeed? Whatever, and of course you weren't sitting where you're sitting now when this budget was proposed last year, but what you inherited, did that take place?
Well, what I inherited was a nightmare. To date, we're still, paying some legacy invoices and what have you, and it is what it is. We are where we are. We have to look forward. We have to look for solutions. Some of the things that I have done, and so far as, the budget is concerned, I cut down even some minor things. There was a lot of, the best way to say it, we had a lot of open windows. That's why we had so many drafts. There were a lot of things that throughout the years have somehow fallen through the cracks. The Lawrence Police Department was paying for cable for the fire department, cable TV, by the way, and for our departments. I removed cable television. We're not here to watch television. We're not in our living rooms. We're here to work. I've cut down, for example, on the SWAT units. Our SWAT unit, I downsized the SWAT unit. I removed officials, ranking officials from the SWAT unit. I brought it down to a bare bones minimum that's necessary. And we still maintain our effectiveness. And that's been highlighted, especially within the last few days, more than ever. We've cut down as far as what the training requirements are and how we trained. I cut down on what we used to have before. We used to have, for all of our gun training and firearms training and stuff like that, we used to have multiple instructors on scene, this and that. I cut it down to what is recognized as the best practices, bare minimum. We're still maintaining safety across these trainings. I've emphasized also what's called the train the trainer. And that means that if there's something that I want to train my people on, I pay one person an instructor to go get that training, get that certification, and come back and teach our people. I don't have to pay for all of the people to go to that same training. And everywhere that I see an opportunity to cut, I will cut. I've scrutinized every single penny that goes out and comes in, and the director knows nothing moves without me knowing about it and approving it. I don't care if it's $100 or so.
Show me something on this budget this year that you can show that success.
Let's see. That is a question I did not prepare for as far as, and I can certainly grant you something. Let's see here.
What was the question? Again, sorry.
So the chief said that he has implemented a variety of different things. Give a couple examples, train the trainer, a couple other things, and then because of those things, he was able to save some money on for example, training or some other stuff. I would love to see an example of that inside the spreadsheet that we received, that because of this new implementation, giving him some time, that he's able to save some money.
Yep.
Yes, okay. So the CAFO has brought up a good point here. We will look at, for example, police operations, that's the first page, 012111. We look right down, for example, other purchased services.
Yep.
Right now, we are only at 50% of where we should be with regards to that. So in that regard, we've saved $71,284 on that alone.
Where? Doing what? Heat, electricity, water, river boom service, where?
Services, in the cost for services, for example. The things that we don't need anymore. That includes cable. That includes
so the cable's an example.
Yeah, that's one example of several things.
Gotcha.
I can itemize what those things I did throughout the year.
Yeah.
And I certainly would have been prepared for that had I known that we were going to get down
I
to the
wasn't sure you were
micro.
going with this. So this is based on I'm kind of riffing on what you're telling me.
Yeah, and so let's see here. It's hard for me to keep the line straight, but
if you could find something on there, what I want to do, if somebody said to me, Mark, Council LaPlante, I know the police chief talked about saving some money. I've got the budget here. Where is that money being saved and how much money did he save? And I would say, under line 52, he purchase of services, under the, the lease payments, he was able to, give me something.
Another one, and of course the CAFO kindly pointed that out, because I think that the question in and of itself requires some specificity for which I did not prepare. But one example of that, management and consulting, 5301. Right now, I have only spent 3.5% of that. And again, those are services that we don't require, services that I've cut, and things like that. So that's 12,000 there. Repair, maintenance, office equipment, and the like. We've only utilized 12.7% because I just will not buy something that we don't need. And that's the savings of $73,515. We go up, repair and maintenance of vehicles. That's the only thing that has gone up, and the reason for that,
Go ahead. Why did it go up?
Okay, and the reason that we've gone up, we had many issues with the fleet. We had several accidents on there. There was, the best way to say it, I don't think that we were as thorough as we could have been relative to some of these claims. And relative to saving money on some of these claims. Do you understand what I mean? And so that is something that you're going to see go down, simply because right now, I need to know if an officer's involved in an accident, I want to scrutinize every single accident. That's more stuff that comes through my door. So we're going to be cutting down on those things.
All right, Lawrence, stop you right there. CAFO, and don't go too far. CAFO, under the last thing, the CV, what's the the year, the budget use, whatever. What is it? This was done on February the 26th. If we did that last column right here, if we did every month or week, where would we be as far as that portion of the year? 66% of the year, 72%?
Some things vary. For example, utilities a monthly thing. Higher in the winter months, maybe not so much in the spring.
Sure.
Personal services, you have.
That's more steady. Where would that be? Because that's more steady.
So that one, we have a payroll week this week. I don't have the exact percentage, but we should be at about 70%.
So I'm looking at the date of this, February 26th. So if I just ballpark it at 70%, if I knew something was over 70%, that would, for me, raise some eyebrows a little bit.
Only personal services, though, because, for example, some things you pay up front.
Yeah.
For example, the repairs and maintenance, you don't know when something's going to break down. So that is as needed basis.
Yeah, no, I get it.
You might get professional service for something you're going to do at the beginning of the year, not necessarily the same every month. So the more, the line item that you can see have more specific percentages of personal services, because you know what you spend every month, and you know where you should be depending on how many payrolls you've had.
Right.
Everything else, you know, other than utilities, it depends on what the category is. You know what I mean?
I know, I get it. Right. Snow plowing in the winter, you're not seeing that in the summer.
Exactly.
I get it.
Yep.
All right, let's continue then. Thank you, Capo. Okay, yeah, so I was watching the thing last night, right? The debate last night in the ordinance committee. Who was there last night? Ordinance committee, you were there? Did you watch the debate last night?
I was there virtually.
Okay, so anyway, great conversation, and it talked about a lot of things, dealing with the homeless, et cetera, talking about the Buckley garage, et cetera. So my question is what financial impact is, you call it, I think your word is migrant?
Vagrant.
Vagrant, sorry, vagrant, thank you, vagrant, and that's, thank you. So when you were looking at this, like, what's the migrant thing? No,
Yeah,
vagrant, thank you.
Yeah.
I meant to say vagrant issue, having on our city and police resources. Because of the numbers that we have, and I don't even know what that number is, it seems to be all over the map, but whatever that number is, what impact is that having on our budget?
It's got a huge, it's got a huge impact. Look, the vagrants account for many calls for services. They account for a lot of the petty crimes, as far as breaking into motor vehicles. And the calls for services all vary from people overdosing to human feces. You know, it's like, what can we do? You know what I mean? But I think aside from impacting Lawrence Police Department, it impacts, I think, DPW the most because they unfortunately have to, conduct cleanups and what have you. It also, as far as the overall perception of safety in our residential and commercial mixed areas around our schools, around our parks, and so we have to have extra patrols in that. We have to stay vigilant on that. We have to stay on top of that. So there is a big impact on that. And if I recall correctly, Counselor, one of your questions also had to do with the influx also of individuals, into the city. And not just the vagrants. The vagrants bring with them their own ancillary issues. But as the population grows, as more people, more calls for service, of course. Thus the race to bring us up to some sort of parity, or at least a perceived parity of 200 officers. So
there you go. So we don't have enough police officers because of the vagrant and you're going to couple that with the boom of population, both documented, undocumented, and what I mean by that, I mean census numbers. The chair earlier said we have 89,000 according to the census, but we all know that's a lowball figure. We all know that's probably well north of 100,000, right, based on.
Oh, absolutely. I've been saying this for quite some time.
Sure.
I believe our numbers are closer to 110, if not north of that.
Sure.
You think that the census in 2020 had us at 80,000, but we got 70,000, registered vehicles. So a lot of babies and elderly with cars registered to them, I suppose.
So and that's where I think I'm looking for a sharper pen or pencil, which is this. Is there any way to drill down to find out what that means? When the Commonwealth is asking us, essentially, when we see the issues that we're facing, and I saw the debate last night, and I've got my own opinions on that I'm not going to reflect right now. That has a cost. Money cost. And it's a money cost in your department. When you have to send a police officer to do something as opposed to someplace else, that costs money. Do we know what that is? Personnel cost for shifting somebody that you don't have, or overtime because you didn't have enough of that one time? Have we been able to figure that out?
I don't think that we have gotten to the point of a microscopic, or economic impact analysis of it. But I like the idea of that because I think that it brings some objective, quantifiable recognition of what impact these issues actually have. And I think that people look at we can certainly take because it tugs at the humanitarian empathetic reflex, right? But I think that if we can quantify it in dollars and cents, then that's something that people actually understand. How many calls for service deal with that specifically? That's something that people are going to understand. Sure. It's not about good or bad, or is somebody nice, not nice, or whatever the case may be. The real issue here is what is the impact, not only economically to us, not only in diversion of police resources, personnel, DPW, EMS, all the things that come with it. Not only is it the perception of crime within our community, but it also has a lot to do with the rest of our other areas, DPW and all those, everything that they have to deal with. So that is actually, that's a good point. I think that we should explore that, and I think I'm going to look into it and see what.
So my last question, and I'm going to stop because, is this. I'm going to tie it back into we talked about the increased number of automobiles, that to me reflects, and I did have a number on the number of housing units and the number of units that we have in the city, and how our population is just spiking, and it continues to spike. Anyway, I want to editorialize right now because I can. We're taking so many votes on this council to allow more and more units to come in here, and yet we don't think about, we adequately think about what is the impact when every time we say, yeah, these 30 units, that's okay, or this 25 is okay. Yeah, they got plenty of parking. We don't think all the way through, because once you start that, it doesn't go back. It just keeps going up like this. But I want to know what that does when you have the population increase. Forget about the vagrant issue and the unlawful apartments. I mean, what are we doing with ISD? I am just pounding ISD religiously right now, not because they're bad people. And it's not because these folks right here aren't doing their job. There's been systemic problems in that department because there's been no political will to deal with it. There's been no political will to deal with that issue. None. Zero. To deal with the things that are unsafe for our people that we want to represent, that we care about. They live in an unsafe place, and they don't, and they're and we kind of turn a blind eye because they need a place to stay. It's unsafe. There's no smoke detectors. There's no egresses. Unhealthy. Is jamming folks in. It's not good. We're warehousing people now. It's not good. And so I just want to know if we can figure out what impact does that have on your police department, that we have this kind of growth that's been essentially unfettered.
I will certainly do my best to research that and to give you, an answer as to, the growth of calls for service, the impact of those calls for service, and what, to the extent that I can, how that's economically quantifiable or at least recognizable.
That's it. I'll wrap up. These are the kinds of questions as we're going through this budget. If the chair, if we continue this with other, these are the big picture questions that I have. These numbers reflect policy. Numbers reflect policy. They're just not numbers. So when you say we need 200 people here, you're police officers, you're banking on the fact that we have numbers that are unaccounted for in our population. Well, that is costing us money. That's costing, frankly, the Commonwealth money, because most of our money comes from the Commonwealth. As the council president said before today, I think 74 is a little high, but the premise is on the money. We're getting most of our money from outside sources and not internally. We're just not. And I don't know what we're not looking at this comprehensively. We're tunnel visioning our discussions instead of bringing all these things together. ISD should be working with the police department and the fire department, who also is a part of the pie when it comes to unlawful apartments, and what that means when you deal with. Remember the guy from New York City that talked about the broken windows, the chief, Bratton was his name? Yeah. And he talked about even the smallest things, that, and if you got tons of people together, you're probably going to have, on a hot summer night, you're going to have hot issues, right? What are we doing about other things like nightclubs being open till 1 or 2? There's a lot of things that we're doing, and they have an impact. It impacts on you. And then when I pay my taxes, because I'm a homeowner, what that means, this part of my money is going toward. And people are always complaining about their taxes going up, and they're not getting the kind of services. So let's talk. So that's where I'm going, not only with you, police, but across the city as we try to bring it all together. Because this is not a budget, but if this was a budget book, it should be unified. Everything should be cross-pollinization across the board. Water department, DPW. I'm preaching now. I'll stop. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. I'm adding 37 minutes, by the way, to your hour. So Councilor Pat started his questioning, saying that he was focused more on the macro of this budget report. I am not there fully yet. I do have questions regarding details. So we covered macro, which is great, and I think I heard my colleague say that you covered some of her questions as well, so that's great. But I do, oh, there you go. Perfect. So now I'm going to question. Now it's my turn. All right, so I'm going to get into some of the details here. We talked about personnel. One thing I noted within this year-to-date report is that we have like, what, 4 months remaining in this fiscal year, and both under police admin and police operations, we have used more than what was appropriated for overtime. So that continues to grow. Right here is showing that under police admin, where's overtime? 102.37% of the budget has been used. Under police operation, we have 106.63 has been used. So what is, obviously, that's going to keep on increasing within the next 3 to 4 months. So I have 2 questions. One, is the department going to need a supplemental appropriation to continue to fund this? We're already we already overused what was appropriated. And 2, if so, is there an amount that's already been calculated as to how much the police department will need if it comes before the council, or is it something that's going to be taken, well, I guess it's still, a transfer still needs an approval, so.
The Councilor,
Yeah.
if you would permit, Director Shepherd, I believe, can really hammer on that.
Hi. On this line, we are not anticipating to go any over the what we are right now. It's just we had a couple of situations at the police department that we required some of our clerks to stay a little bit, to work a little overtime than usual. But this is not a line item that usually will go overtime. We are not anticipating to ask for any more funds for this line item, for this account. Sorry.
Okay, thank you. Another question I have is pertaining to vacation, both under police admin and police operations. That's also over budgeted. And I know sometimes you can buy back vacation time, or someone retires, whatever the case may be. Are one of these reasons why we're over budgeted for that item?
Well, this line hasn't been budgeted for a couple of years. So this year we the chief of police and our finance officer, they decide to buy vacation. I did put it in my memo for this item to be funded for the fiscal year FY27, for us not to go over to do this again.
Okay, so my follow-up question, I was thinking more maybe retirees, but now you're telling me the police chief and who else?
And the finance officer.
And the finance officer, okay. So are you predicting within the next year or 2 years any more buyouts? Or
no, I'm not predicting any more than what we are right now.
Okay. All right. My next question is pertaining to severance pay. We originally did not budget or finance that line item, but I'm seeing an expense of over $200,000. So how was this funded, and what caused this payout?
So about 5 or 6 years ago, the city is not budgeting severance in any of the departments anymore. We have set up a compensated absences trust fund.
That's right, I remember this now from the, yep.
So what we do is we advise the departments to use their budget and charge it to the severance account. If at the end of the year they are running at a deficit because of the severance, then we charge it back to the severance account, which is the trust fund. During the year-end last year, the council did not vote to approve the compensated absences. So I will be coming back to the council to ask for funding that trust fund, because not only the police but also the fires have a significant severance deficit on their account. So I will kindly come back to you and ask to fund that account.
Got it, understood. My next question is, I mean, this is completely zero, I just don't know what it is. What is River Boom Service? It's under police operation line item 5311. River boom service. It's completely at zero, but maybe I'm noticing it now. Okay. All right, and then for this portion, my last question pertaining to by organization. This is very minute, but I'm still gonna ask. So under animal control officer section, I see that we budgeted for clothing and uniform allowance of an amount of $400, but we are negative $450. So my understanding is that we were looking to hire a second person for this animal, for the animal control division. Was this person hired, and is that why we're seeing an over budgeted reflection here?
Yes,
Okay.
we hire a
Okay.
animal control officer.
Perfect. And now moving to the second tab, which is the grants. Or the second page. Well, since my first question earlier was around police detail, let's start with that. So police details is negative. Can you explain why? Is this because, are we billing late, or are we waiting for unpaid contractor invoices? Why is it negative over $500-something thousand?
So I'm gonna have careful to help me out with this one.
I'm assuming it's a timing issue. We do follow up with the person in the police department who is in charge of billing the overtime. A lot of the times, the contractors, we do have to pay the officers right away. We can't wait, and sometimes the contractor don't pay in a timely fashion. So it's a timely thing, and it doesn't account that I do follow up with both the police and fire, because any deficit like this will be a hit to our free cash. So I do work with them on a regular basis to make sure we're caught up. And I have confidence that the person that's handling this has a good handle on the account.
Okay. Under the grants as well, the life-to-date availability, I'm seeing a lot, just in general, a lot of negatives on this chart.
Yes.
Are we using it? Can you explain that a little bit?
Sure. Some of the grants are, well, besides that, some of them, they stay behind December, January, and February. Some of those grants are monthly, and some of them, again, they are behind on doing the reimbursement. Then we have a few, they are quarterly, and the quarterly are due April 15, so we probably might not see the reimbursement close to the beginning of May. But every single grant, it looks in the red, but we have submitted a report for every single grant. We're just waiting for reimbursement at this point.
Okay. I was hoping to be able to, because there is a pivot table here, I was hoping to be able to cross-reference to other fiscal years with this chart, this spreadsheet. But have we lost any grants this year? And have we lost any grants, I guess, in the past that has implicated this year? And how have we been handling that?
Yes, we have lost grant, but has not done any impact at the police department because the funds were not used.
Okay, so what were the grants that we have previously lost?
We had lost the body worn camera, and it's because
Why was that?
The city and the union, they couldn't come up with an agreement.
Okay. All right. What other grants, if any?
And then the CIT grant, the crisis intervention. We were not when I tried to renew the grant, they were only giving me 6 months. And at that time, I had an application in the social media in the city trying to hire a clinician to work on this grant. And unfortunately, after speaking with them and trying kind of sort of begging, they didn't give me any longer than 6 months. And even if they give me 6 months, they would not guarantee that they will give me an extra 6 months if I hire a person. So probably I would hire the person, pay the person, have it under a contract, but then it will be, if they wouldn't give me an extension of the contract, the police would have had to come up with the funds to pay the clinician.
Okay, so when you say clinician, is this a citywide clinician or under the police department?
Under the police department.
Okay, and we didn't hire one within 6 months.
We were not able.
And what was the time frame for this?
It
What
was
this,
around
the
last
6 months?
Yes.
No, I know, but when within the year was this?
What would I say? Summer last year.
Summer last year. Okay.
Yes. I
And
requested an extension.
how much was this grant for?
240. Again, no funds were used from the police department.
And the CTI grant would have covered what?
Just the clinician payroll.
Okay. All right, and is this the only grant that we have lost, or is there more?
And we had the DPH grant, Department of Public Health.
And what was that?
That was back in 2023. We returned around $692,000.
How much again?
$692,000.
And why did that happen?
I was just started my position, so I probably say poor managing and poor planning and lack of managing. Let me say it this way.
Okay, and so when a municipality loses this amount of a grant, does that affect the application process for future years? So is this a yearly grant? Have we applied for it? Do we have it now? I mean, I should probably know this because you go before us, but right now my brain is not.
It was a one-time application and it was extended for 5 years. And this year is the last year for that grant.
Okay. Okay, so this is 2023. You were new, I get that. Were you offered any support within the department?
Within the police department, yes, I was offered support. Yes, definitely.
Okay. All right. And is that the last grant?
Yes.
Okay. Let's not lose any more.
Working on it.
$500,000 grants, please.
Working on it.
All right, my next question refers to the last item, police chief special account, that life to date actual was negative 575 with 41 cents, and now there is availability of that. What is this account? What does this pay? Is this the last one, police chief special account? So originally, I'm assuming originally there wasn't money? Is that why it's negative first and now there's available funds? What is this?
No, there is available funds. It's not negative.
Okay,
Yeah.
because the LTD actual shows a negative, but then the LTD available shows a positive.
No, we still have that funds, $575,000, that account available.
Okay, and what is this used for?
It is at the police chief discretion is used.
Okay.
But it can be used only for anything related to the police department.
What has it been used for in the past?
I had used it to pay part of the QED for the dispatch.
For the what?
The CAT system for the dispatch.
Okay, CAT system.
Sorry.
Dispatch, okay. All right, and that's the only time we have used these funds?
And I have used it to pay. There was a contract when they're trying to hire a chief of police. We used that account to pay the one invoice for around $8,000.
To pay what invoice?
For the NGT. When they hired a company to hire a chief of police.
Oh, for the search committee.
Yes, thank you.
Got it. Okay. All right. But that just happened
last year.
Last year, which would be, wouldn't it be? Oh no, you were hired prior to the FY 26. When were you hired, Chief?
May of this year, 2020.
I should know this.
Yeah, 2025. I'm kind of lost on the years myself.
So that's what I'm saying. So that just recently happened. So I'm not seeing that $800 expenditure reflected in this spreadsheet.
No, it was the previous balance because it was paid last year.
Okay.
I can get you more information if you like. as
Can you
well.
please?
Yes, I can.
Thank you. All right, I think that wraps up my questioning for now. Yeah. Any other questions or comments?
Follow-ups real quick.
Councilor
Which,
Platt.
thank you. Which union said no to the body cam?
I'm sorry?
Which union said no to the body cam? The camera?
It will be the patrolmen?
Was it patrolmen and superiors?
Both unions,
Did
yes.
they give a rationale by why they didn't want that?
Yeah, so I think from a national perspective, and most of the police departments that switched over to body-worn cameras, by and large, got some sort of stipend, some sort of compensation, or whatever the case may be. The rationale with regards to the argument is that is a substantial change in work conditions to the extent that maneuvering, downloading, recordings, all that other stuff creates another set of responsibilities for the police officers. So usually on a nationwide basis, they'll get some sort of compensation. In this particular instance, the unions and the city could not come to terms during negotiations on the body-worn camera, and it kind of fizzled out.
Okay. All right. I thought I heard that the chair said or someone said there was a $692,000 that we did not get.
Yeah, we lost a grant, yep.
That's correct.
What was that one for?
DPH.
I missed that.
The DPH, the Equitable Action in Police, something or other, that was meant to provide services for people suffering from mental health. That is outreach and everything else for our community. Unfortunately, there was unnecessary intervention with regards to that, and yes.
What do you mean by that?
There were people involved that should not have been involved with the grant, and people that were meddling within the grant. They were delaying our grant. They were delaying the process. They were making things a lot harder than it had to be.
So what I'm hearing is right now, okay, all right. So you just open, all right. What I'm hearing right now is that we had a director basically taking the fault, and probably some mismanagement. I think that might be that was part of it. But when asked, why did we lose this grant? She stood right there, basically took the fault. I asked, because I remember, this is from 2023, I was on the Budget and Finance Committee. I remember slightly the situation, very, very fondly. And that's why my follow-up question to you, Director, was did you get any support? Did you get any help to ensure that would, obviously not because we lost it, but.
I don't think it's fair for the director to have taken a hit on that. You ask me, I'll tell you. I think the director made a valiant effort to recover that grant over the course of several years. That grant would have been very beneficial to members of the most vulnerable members of our community. But for reasons that are documented as well, unfortunately, we tripped over our own feet, if you will. Too many hands in the cookie jar, that's all.
Sorry, it took some of your time.
No, that's all right. I think this is and great questions. So I think this is my last question. So there's through the revolving door of the police chief's position over the last several years, we were paying the police chief's position a lot of money. I just don't know where the bulk of that is. Can that money be found in this spreadsheet? The money that was spent on a police chief for non-police chief stuff, like we were paying for 2 or 3 police chiefs at one time, I think. No, so that was that the previous fiscal year.
That was the previous fiscal years, but there was a trickle effect certainly. Obviously, this would be before my time, if you will. In that regard, I have no control, influence or anything to that effect. But there were, in my opinion, some expenditures that kind of led to some of the difficulties moving forward onto this fiscal year. And again, one of my biggest desires and one of the biggest things that we're working on, like on a constant basis, is to undo that yarn, that ball of yarn, if we will, so that we start clean and fresh going forward, so that we are completely accountable and responsible for every single penny moving forward. But there are some legacy issues that are still being resolved as of today.
Fascinating. All right, we don't have time to talk about that, but I am curious. Okay, thank you. I'm done.
I'm going to make one last comment. A question and then a last comment. Who was what year did former police chief Bass leave?
I believe that he left in 2022.
2022, all right. So who was the acting?
My apologies, I stand corrected, 2023.
2023. Was he still the police chief when this mistake occurred? I don't remember if it was him or an acting chief.
The grant was filed, or the grant, they applied for the grant under him. He was the police, he was the chief when they applied for the grant.
Okay. Thank you for that clarification. Actually, now 2 comments. Going back to the body cam situation, I mentioned this to you informally when we were doing the new police station tour, but now I'm going to say the same thing again in a formal setting. I want to see you go back to the unions and get this on the contract. In fact, it was, I don't know if he's still the Superior's union president. I don't know if he still is, but at that time, it was the union president that presented this to us for approval, which is documented. Given the last year or so, there's some accusations or alleged police brutality that allegedly happened within the city of Lawrence. I don't know if that's still under investigation, so I don't want to jeopardize or anything. It is now more important to have that.
Absolutely.
So I want to see that on the contract. And I know it's already too late, but if I'm still a counselor for the next contract, I don't think I'll be moving a contract forward if that's not there. I can't speak for the whole, but there's just too much she said, he said, and we need the facts. We need to see.
Absolutely. I completely agree with you, Counselor. In fact, back in, I believe this was 2016, Chief Vass tasked me, I was his executive officer at the time, he tasked me with researching that. It took me about a year and a half, to get to the point where the contract and our policy for the body-worn camera was specifically tailored to our intrinsic needs in Lawrence. And the benefits of body-worn cameras are just, I think they're indisputable, at this point. So they are absolutely necessary. And I do promise I will go back to the unions. We will engage again, reopen this, because there's a protective element to them as well.
Right.
Just recently, another, what was it, 249, what was it, the body-worn camera grant that just, the $249,000 for the body-worn camera, a grant that's out there. And again, I think that until the state mandates that, we're going to be stuck still kind of like negotiating with the unions in that regard, but I'd be more than happy to do that. I'm also a firm believer in that. I have been since 2016, since I researched it, since I went to training for that and everything else and composed a policy for it.
And it comes down to plain and simple. If the job is being done as told to us, then no one should have a problem with a body cam.
Mm-hmm.
If you're not abusing your power as a police officer, as a police leadership, sergeant, whatever your title may be, if you're just doing your job, then there should be absolutely no problem with having body cams as part of your uniform.
Counsel, I agree, and I'll offer this counterpoint. The men and women of the Lawrence Police Department and the unions in that regard were merely asking for what other unions and other police officers nationwide have received. Additionally, the men and women of the Lawrence Police Department are the only one of the only municipalities that I know of which the ARPA money that was intended to provide for first responders that were out there in COVID-19 risking their lives, over 16,000 calls for service during that time, and our officers got zero on that. It's kind of hard to sell them an ideological sell when they consistently see that they're getting the short end of the stick on that.
I
So it's
agree
tough.
with you on
But
that.
Yeah, so.
I agree with you on that. And that was those points were made very clearly. I think it was 2023 or 2024 when we were discussing one contract that was delayed for reasons that I'm not going to get into. But yes, but either way, I want to see that. I think it's beneficial for the officers and for us as a city to ensure that, if someone claims something, we have that evidence to look at. My last comment is my original last comment, and it's for Director Shepherd. Don't ever take the fault for something again. This is your job. You could have potentially unknowingly could have put yourself and your job on the line in a negative way to protect others. As long as you're telling the truth, everything else, everything will fall into place. But stay true to yourself and stay true to your work. I'm not, like I mentioned, I'm not gonna doubt maybe there was mistakes on your end as being new, but there were other factors there, and that's okay to say. All right. Any other? All right, I think this is it. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
I know it seemed scary at first when we put this on the agenda, but honestly, it came from a conversation with the CAFO and I that we spent too much time on the details during the official budget hearing, so I wanted to provide an opportunity to get this done ahead of time for the committee. But that does not mean that they may have questions when you officially come before us for the FY 27 budget hearing.
Certainly.
All right. All right. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Enjoy your night. Thank you for your patience.
Saying that the council is missing part of this meeting, so I'm pretty sure a brunt of the purpose of this meeting was to kind of get ahead of a lot of the meticulous questions that we were asking. So I don't want to say it defeats the purpose, but
And for 3 out of 4 of us. All right, councilors, if there are no other business for tonight, I will entertain a motion to adjourn.
Second.
Motion has been made by the vice chair, seconded by Councilor LaPlante. No discussion. All those in favor say aye. Aye, and the ayes have it. Thank you so much.